I am on the sad mission today.
Competitive where I'm bottoming out.
I'm a bit on the disappointed side, I gotta say.
Look at everybody's lagging.
It's like showing me, like,
It Windows update. It's probably a Linux server, actually.
What a shitty day. What's up, people? Learned a hard lesson today.
Now they got like server where the stack
Don't leave
remember when it was just plain
battery chargers with lithium batteries
good old days,
in your car.
days where you go on
Oh man, what's up? Is YouTube out?
or is it like balancing
Oh man.
try to say make it fair, which stacks it and makes it unfair. I would love to make a game or be able to have enough money to get it coded or something
No, I didn't get anything that way.
and just say here's my rules.
Oh, you know what? I didn't think I launched it.
Play
There we go.
as it is. Rules
There
are the
we go.
rules. And no one gets to change that. No one gets to buy anything. No one gets to
Kinda
pay
fucking
to
retarded.
win. None of that. You play. No one gets to buy anything. Like maybe there'd be a separate mode for that. But like ranked would be like you don't get to. I just have different ideas on how to solve the problem. The problem exists.
All right.
It's ever gonna do it. It's always gonna be sad. So I would have ideas.
God, I cannot believe I
That's
fucking...
making people play characters they don't want to play or
My Mercedes caught fire!
but it would be different.
Fuck my life.
Convention people like it. Like, you don't like playing medic, you don't like playing
Unreal.
warrior, or whatever it is in an RPG. Like it would just
Yep.
make you go.
My
through
Mercedes caught
like,
fire.
Extra all classes and play them. I got all kinds of ideas that I want
Thanks to a phone charger
where it forces you to
with a lithium
challenge
battery
yourself. You know, like,
left on the dash.
Different odds and stuff. I think
Dash caught on fire.
that's something.
Fried the front windshield. Burnt the ceiling. Fortunately, it put itself out. It didn't burn very long, but fuck me.
Really made really
Car's
cool.
probably totaled. Even though it still starts, it turns over. Everything works, except for the radio. Because the dash got all melted. Fuck. Thank God I had full coverage. Hopefully they'll cover everything, but man, it's an older Mercedes, so it's gonna be a challenge to try to find one.
Stacking and all that stuff.
Love that car.
Use the servers, all that kind of
But no, I was a fucking retard. And the thing is I've left that car, that battery charger in the car before. Not had a problem. But no.
Hello Rumblers.
What's up, P-Beaver? How's it going, brother man?
dog.
You want to see pictures of the car since you're watching?
Do it, you have to knock me out of the way. So
Alright, let me pull it up.
one, right? And I'm surprised how
Yeah, let me show you.
people
There.
think I'm like a high value target.
Kill the music.
Some of the best video descriptions to be found.
Come on, hit it down here, man.
Oh, thank you, sir. I try to pride myself in my stream titles that have nothing to do with my gaming. Alright. Oh, there we go. So, here
No
is...
idea what game will be played, but they are certainly a draw.
So this is the front windshield of my beautiful Mercedes. And keep in mind, I was looking outside my window, to check the weather because there was a storm rolling in. I look outside and I see this and I'm like, what the hell? And I thought maybe a tree branch, because the wind was already blowing. I thought a tree branch had hit my windshield. And I'm like, what the fuck? But I couldn't see inside the car, right? So then I open up the car door and this puff of smoke comes rolling out, right? This is my dash. And that white thing, that is the battery charger, the cell phone charger. And it just melted my entire dash. And then it heated up the windshield, right?
Lithium battery technology is interesting.
Fuck me, man. And the crazy thing is the car was sitting underneath a tree all day. But I guess it was hot enough to get that shit ignited. And yeah, all my windows now are permanently tinted from the smoke. I'm like, fuck. I couldn't believe the car turned over though. But obviously the control panel, the control center is toast. It may just be the screen though. But yeah, and it is probably fixable, but it's an 08 and it's paid for. It has 135,000 miles on it, which is really nothing for a Mercedes. But I'm like, fuck. Like, seriously?
It seems to involve opposite charges held apart by a barrier. When the barrier breaks down, it is like the way a lightning bolt forms.
Yeah, but
fire or explosion.
Well, I think it was a fire, right? Because obviously a fire. But the thing is the battery, this white battery pack, it had I just charged my buddy's cell phone with it. So it was empty as far as charge goes. But I guess the heat of the car lit the lithium on fire, and then it just burnt. So I'm like, fuck me. I go outside and I'm like, I can't see in my car. What is up? God. I'm just like, fuck me. Thank God I got 2 motorcycles and a van. And the van, okay, so the van is like a utility vehicle.
I just mean the way this results.
Yeah.
Positive and negative ions that cross that barrier.
Yeah. Well, I think, I guess the heat was enough to melt some of that barrier in the battery, and the lithium got exposed and just...
It must have smelled awful.
Oh, dude, I opened up the door, and like this cloud of just... I was probably high from lithium smoke. God, I probably just got cancer for opening the car door. But the crazy thing is the fire had stopped. So, I mean, that's a blessing, that the entire car didn't burn down. Because, I mean, imagine if the whole car would have caught on fire. My van is parked in front of it. There's a tree above, right? So the tree would have caught on fire. Right? If the whole car would have burnt.
You are lucky not to be in it at the time.
Well, here's the thing: is if the lithium thing would have caught on fire, I could have grabbed the back. See where at the back end of it, where it's
and fires usually consume the entire car.
Right. So I could have grabbed it and threw it out the fucking window if I was in the car and it happened. Right. And that's exactly what I would have done. I would have slammed on the brakes and grabbed the thing and threw it out the window. But I mean, like, fuck me, man. I just like, God damn it. The car was paid for. I just spent like $1,500 doing
That's true.
I did a maintenance. I just went, and so the engine, I just did a bunch of replaced
might have had minimal damage.
Yeah, I know. The car's, like I said, it's just the interior, really. It's just the dashboard, the glass, the sunroof, and the smoke damage. So, it is repairable, but it's a 2008 C350 AMG, which is a upper level, C series, and it is repairable. I know it's repairable. I mean, swap the glass out, swap the dash out, you're probably good to go, and then clean it, right? But it's a '08 Mercedes with 135,000 miles on it, and I've got $1,000 deductible. So the windshield alone's probably $1,000. Dashboard, God, that's. I mean, could I go out and swap it out? Out of a used one, sure. And probably could, and just do a really good cleanup job. But I'm betting money they're going to total it, just because to get it done professionally, it would. Yeah, it would. See, it's just the dash and that computer component right there, and then the mirror. I mean the windshield, and then all the smoke damage. Oh, dude, it stunk. It stunk really bad. Like, fuck my life. And then on top of my work van, right, which is just a work vehicle I got. The back, it's got the double doors. It's an old Astro van. It's got those double doors, and fucking thing.
Smoke damage is the real issue.
Yeah. Well, I've got a
and the odor will be hard to get out.
Well, I have an ozone generator, so I could stick the ozone generator in it, clean it all up, and then pull the seats, pull everything, and then use that ozone generator, and then get rid of that smoke damage probably in a day. But I don't want to do all that work. I mean, if they're going to total it, then fuck, I'm going to try to find a new car. So then the next question is, do I want to drop the money for the Porsche? I mean, I won't this see, okay. I mean, I'm not going to buy anything new, obviously. And I'll probably end up getting another C series Mercedes because of that car.
I have not heard of that technology.
The what? The ozone generator? Yeah, that's what they use for
ozone generator?
Yeah. It's the one I have was custom built by a company I used to work for, and they use it for sterilization. They use it for sterilization of kidney dialysis equipment, and it creates ozone, and they pump the ozone gas through the system to basically purify it. But those Dyson fans, those brushless fans, that's an ozone generator. It creates ozone.
Nice.
So I mean, you can get them. And mine doesn't look like this, but that's basically what it is. And it makes it smell like right after, basically what it does is it creates plasma on the inside. Like this one, you can see how it's glowing on the inside. Mine doesn't look like this. Mine's a bit different. But what it's got is there's these tubes that create plasma.
Like autoclaves used in hospitals.
Kind of, yeah. But what this does is it generates a plasma, and then that plasma binds air molecules that are in the air and bonds them together into an O3 atom. So it takes O2 atoms of oxygen and binds a third thing to it. And it's the same thing like like after a lightning storm, you smell that kind of crispy after rain air. That's ozone, right? It's created by lightning. Lightning creates it. These make it, and it basically So you just stick this and it kills all odors, but it also eats rubber over time. Ozone generators, and then it does a lot, but it'll really make a room smell fresh. The only problem is you got to be real careful about using it too much, because the ozone's not great to breathe because it's O3, but it has a very short half-life. So O3 will break down into O2, and it's that breakdown of the oxygen atom from O3 to O2, when that atom breaks down, that's what kills things. That's what kills
like
bacteria.
the atmosphere ozone that is generated by solar wind and such.
Yep, exactly. So, and that's why, like, after a rainstorm, it smells really fresh in the air, unless you live in a sewer. But yeah, that's the ozone that you're smelling. And then it's that breakdown of the O3 to O2 that kills germs, bacteria, all kinds of shit. It destroys odors. Uh-oh. Somebody's sending me a text message in the middle of the night? What's up with that?
Fascinating to have that in a little box.
Yeah, I've got it in a little box. I've had it for a while.
And not too costly.
No, huh? These are fairly cheap. Yeah, $100. What's this? Oh, it's farmer's claim, adjuster claim. Please review the following reply. I thought I already did that. I'll deal with that tomorrow. I'm fucking done dealing with the car. Yeah, mine. Like I said, mine. It pumps it out. It pumps out the O2 into. So I used to work for this company. I don't know if the company should still exist. Let's see, kidney dialysis. Systems. Oops. So this kidney dialysis company I used to work for, we manufactured the equipment, and let's see. So I just might get some pictures. So we had these systems that was a wall unit. So like here you see all these ones that are like single machines, right? And God, you never want to go on dialysis ever. I mean, that is the absolute worst. But they have these machines that you basically, they suck your blood out, they filter it, and then pump it back in you to filter out all the shit. So this one right here, I think this is one of our systems here. So let me pull that image up. Let's see, view image. Okay, I want to view image. View image. Okay, let's see if it'll let me view image. I want to copy image, I want to view image. Open. Okay, there we go. So this image here, the chemicals that they use to purify your system is a salt-based stuff that they mix with your blood, then they push that through the filter, and that chemical grabs all the impurities in your blood, and then your blood gets filtered through these big ass filters.
Dialysis is a tough thing to undergo.
Oh yeah. But this wall unit, we used to build the wall units, and the system that built this big chemical tanks, right? That we'd mix it with purified water, and then you'd use these solvents and these salts, and you dump it in, you'd mix it, and then that shit would get pumped through the walls into these stations where these plugs are, right? So like the blue is the positive, so that's the new fluid coming out, and that would get pumped into the machine to filter your blood, and then the bad fluid would get pumped out. That's the red line, this white here, and that would get pumped into a different tank to be disposed of, right? But after you mix, and because these kidney dialysis centers, they would deal with like 50 to 100 patients at a time, right? So they needed these big chemical vats to be mixed up, right? And they could go through probably 2 of those a day, where they process the chemicals and then send them out to the units. And then the whole system has to be flushed, and then it has to be purified, sterilized. So
past versions seemed almost barbaric.
Oh God, yeah.
Hopefully it is less so now.
It's really not, though. I mean, if you've ever had any blood drawn or had plasma taken, it's kind of like that. So it's still a pain in the ass. But I had, when I talked to a dialysis patient, I was like, well, so what does this feel like? And they're like, imagine feeling that you have the flu all the time. Like you feel like you just feel like shit, like you have the flu all the time. And the only time you feel good is after you go to dialysis, and you only feel good for about 2 to 3 days. That's what they said. It's like, yeah, you get your blood purified because their kidneys are shot, right? Their liver's shot or whatever. It's kidneys. Kidneys are gone, or basically functioning. And
Awful.
yeah, so they're like, yeah, I only feel good for about 2 days out of the week, and then I feel like shit for the rest of the week, and then I go get my blood purified, and just imagine you have to sit there for like 3 hours and get your blood sucked out of your system, purified, and pumped back into you, and here the thing is the blood that's coming back into you is colder. It's not the same. They try to heat it up to the same body temperature, but yeah. So imagine you getting blood sucked out of one tube in your arm. It's being pumped back in another tube. It's like, fuck. You never ever want to have kidney dialysis, ever. So anyway, but yeah. So the O2 sensor thing that I had was this box about that big, and that would mount to the unit. And you turn that on during the purification system, and it would wash everything, and then it would pump the O3 into the water. So you already have H2O, right, flowing through the system. Then it's filled with O3, and that would purify the entire system in a matter of like 20 minutes. It was pretty damn cool. Anyway, got me off on a tangent as I miss my car. I already missed my car, man. This just sucks. It sucks. I'm trying hard not to be so angry about it, but fuck. God damn it. And the worst part is if they repair it, that'll be cool too. But then, it'll have an insurance claim on it. It's probably going to take 3 weeks before I get the car back, which means it's going to be gone. If they do total it, then I got to clean the car out of all my stuff, and then it's got to go. Then I got to wait for a check, and then I got to go find another car. Ugh.
Carnage as a palate cleanser.
Right. Yes. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Carnage as a palate fucking cleanser. Dude, I'm so fuck. And the crazy thing is I'm not. I mean, when it first happened, I'm like, I think I'm still in shock that it happened. I'm shocked that my entire house didn't burn down, that the car didn't burn down, the tree didn't burn down. So that's one. Oh, did I tell you about the thunderstorm? Okay, so you get a little bit. Wait. Okay, hang on. I gotta show you this too. Hang on. So, like I said, I went to look out the window, right, to look at the thunderstorm that was rolling in, and that's when I found my car. Look at this shit. Hang on, let me go back to desktop. So this picture right here is blurry as fuck because the trees are doing this, right? The area of sky that you see, this big white blotch in the upper left corner, there was a giant fucking tree there. And that giant tree is laying down right here. That's that giant tree. And half of this tree is right here, and it fell over. And so the wind comes in, and I'm like, man, I better grab my umbrella. My umbrella was up. As soon as I started to grab the umbrella, and the wind took off with the umbrella off my deck, right? And my deck is, I don't know, 8 or 9 feet off the ground. So I somehow grabbed that umbrella, and I'm like, fuck. Right? And of course, it's pouring down rain. And I pull the umbrella down, and I'm fighting it to get it back into the table. I'm fighting it back to get in the metal base. And on top of that, I'm still trying to fight to undo the umbrella so I can bring it down, right? The wind is going ape shit on me. I finally get it down, finally get it tied up. And I'm just like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. This was right after I found that my car was on fire. And then, and fortunately, hey, what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you watching the stream?
What?
Are you watching the stream?
No, I just got in. I just went into the voice chat and then I heard you talking about trees falling and car on fire.
Yeah, no. So if you watch my stream, you can see the picture of the thunderstorm.
Is the down tree on your property?
No,
Yeah,
the down tree isn't on my property. And then on top of it, see this big electrical box right there with the yellow tape?
Yeah.
Yeah. so the electrical company they're putting in a giant new power line for the hospital that's up the street, and so my power's been going out every other day for like 2 months. So and you can see that plastic wire, and I watched
Is it lightning in there?
No, there's no lightning in there, but like that area of the sky, that's where trees were, and that tree is now on the ground.
Oh, I don't know if America has it the same way as here, but basically we have grounding in the entire house, like wires.
Oh yeah.
Ground.
We got that.
I think America might just have some shit for the bathroom. I don't know.
No, we ground everything. Everything's
Nice.
grounded.
That's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a job back when I worked. The lightning had hit the ground wire, went up the house, and the fuse box, like the outside one that takes in from the company.
Yeah.
It was outside of the entire property.
so that box in the backyard.
Yeah, it's basically one of those boxes, but it was just mounted on the wall.
It's a giant transformer, and they got fuses that are like a foot big. I watched them one night when the power went out, and the electric company came out. They opened up the box, and there's 3 of these giant cylinders, and they're using these fiberglass poles from a distance to grab these fuses and yank them out and replace them.
So they do it while it's under load?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so so here comes on board, dude. This is what happened prior to the thunderstorm. Are you watching the stream?
Yeah, see.
This is my Mercedes C350, right?
I don't know stuff about cars, but yeah.
Well, it's a nice Mercedes, right? And I looked out the window to look at the storm, and I thought maybe a branch had hit my windshield, right? So I go out there and I take a look at it, and I'm like, what the fuck? Right? Because all the glass had delaminated, right? And
how does that happen?
And I couldn't see inside my car. So then I opened up my car door, and a big puff of smoke shows up. And my car caught on fire.
Man, if the insurance company is gonna try to cut you there.
Do you know what caught it on fire?
No.
You see that white thing right there on the dash?
Is that some paper?
No. It is a phone charger with a lithium battery.
Oh.
And
it's like a power bank?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look like you even had it plugged in, so that should be completely covered.
No, it wasn't plugged in. It wasn't. Matter of
fact,
that
that should be covered. You should get insurance money.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't plugged in at all. But yeah, the whole thing is just completely fucking fried. But the car started. So, but I'm just like, that's how my day started, dude.
That's a fucking shit.
And my
it's
car,
mostly cosmetic.
Dude, that car is paid for.
And insurance
I just dropped
$1,000
or $1,500 on engine maintenance and a bunch of other shit I had done to it.
Yeah, but insurance should cover this.
Yeah, but they're gonna total it, I bet. So.
I hate insurance. Even here, where it's supposed to be better, they're fucking ass.
Yeah.
They can just tell you, oh, this car is worth this and that much, and it's just some bullshit.
Oh no, they
if
tried to do
your
that
car
with my
gets
car,
totaled,
with my van.
They can just say whatever price they want, basically, and
No,
it's like, that's the value of your car. The fuck?
Well, yeah, but see, okay. So I had a lady, I don't know, about 5 years ago. On New Year's Eve, she was drunk as shit, and she was flying up my street, right? At like, 60, 70 miles an hour. She hit 7 cars, bouncing off the cars up my street, right? And she totaled my van, right? And
I hate drunk drivers.
And I have a Chevy Astro van. It's like a utility vehicle, right? They are the workhorses of America, man. These vans do everything. They're so good and so powerful and so beneficial. But a V6, you could tow with it. It's all-wheel drive. Anyway, so the insurance company was trying to give me, like, oh, well, the van's only worth $1,500. And I'm like, no. I'm like, find me a similar van with the same trim level, with the same miles for under $4,000. Find one anywhere. in the United States.
That's
and they were
the
like,
shit
oh
tried to
no, they
pull.
couldn't. Yeah, so I fought with them for a year till I finally got them to cut me a check for the amount I wanted. You know, and dude, it was.
Oh my god!
crazy,
you hear
dude.
the bullshit they tried to pull to people.
Yeah, it took a year. It took
was
a year to get my money.
a handicapped guy. His house burned down, and the cars were wrecked too. But they didn't want to cover the cars.
They didn't want to cover the
You know why?
cars.
Yeah, you know why they didn't want to cover the cars that burned
Why?
down with it?
Because they weren't in the garage.
Yeah, they were on their driveway, not the garage.
Yeah, they were in the driveway, not the garage.
Yeah, and that's bullshit. Like,
Yep.
it's on your property. It should be covered too. Then
Oh, let me see if you join. Yeah, it's crazy.
it's like, it's the same shit if it was in the garage or it's just outside on the in the driveway. Why does it matter?
Yeah.
It's just technicalities they use not to
Well,
spend
it's still
money.
technically on your property, but I would have fought it. And I
I mean, of course they fought it, but
dude,
it's like,
'cause-
how can you be that fucking? That's just evil. It's basically some guy that was so handicapped. He streamed on Twitch, right? And he
Yeah.
played games. He used it like a stick he controlled with his mouth. Like that's the level of handicapped he was,
Oh,
and
wow.
they were fighting tooth and nail to not give him jack shit.
Well, they probably. I mean, if he's under the same healthcare insurance, then you know he's already a burden on the company.
Well,
know?
yeah, but he had
I mean, I
good
get it. I mean,
insurance.
I'm not trying. I'm just trying to put it back into
insurance.
in a perspective, right? So if he's that level of handicapped, that means he has 24/7 assistance and probably all kinds of medical complications.
That's how he got out. The assistants pulled him out. It was while he was streaming too. You can see smoke come out. Well, I don't give a
Crazy.
fuck. It's like,
Yeah.
how evil can you be?
Oh yeah.
A guy who's got basically a fraction of a life a normal person have,
Yeah.
loses everything he has, and then
Oh, yeah, it just-
you refuse to help him out when something out of his power goes wrong. And he had to live in like hotels or whatever for ages because they just kept fighting the insurance company, and
yeah.
I bet the amount of money insurance companies spend on legal fees to try to avoid paying people. It's gotta be insane.
Damn it. Yeah. I mean, at least in the States, the biggest problem, especially with health insurance,
Well, that was in the
Is-
States.
is that they don't allow cross-state commerce. I'm not sure if you understand what that means, but it's
Like if something happens in another state, it's not
well,
covered or
yeah, but
something.
so put it this way: it's like each state has its own insurance laws, right?
Yeah.
So you can't have like one
Oh.
insurance company, you know,
Yeah, I
cross
think I get it.
state
You go
lines
to
with
another
the same,
state
yeah, with
and
the
you
same,
follow different insurance
right?
or whatever.
So yeah, so it's so that cross-state intercommerce. There's a clause, and the reason that they can't get that fucking law passed is because the insurance companies well, it's not that. It's that the Congress doesn't want to like unify. You know, that you could buy, like, for example, like in car insurance, right? I can buy car insurance from another state, right? So if there's a cheaper
Yeah.
insurance company that, you know, that I can that I can purchase a plan from, but it's in a different state.
Yeah, you should be able to do
I
that.
can do that,
Fucking, it's America, do whatever.
right? But when it comes to health insurance, you can't.
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit.
Yeah,
Isn't
it's
America
complete
supposed to
bullshit.
be free and stuff?
And that's one of the things that could lower medical costs instantly. You know?
I think that's like when we talked about taxes and stuff. That's one of the things I think taxes is pretty decent for, like, pretty fair. If someone is real fucking down in the gutter, like, awful financial situation, and they can get covered, they can get shit covered if they get sick or something, you know? So that's how it is here, but also
Well, I mean,
hate
there's
how
already kind of systems in place for that, though. There really is. There's
I
all
haven't
kinds
read
of
that
charity
much into it, but I
organizations.
heard it's really bad in America when it comes to health.
It is and it isn't, right? It's a like you anybody can go to the emergency room right away, right? A hospital cannot refuse to treat you, right?
Yeah, but be financially ruined after.
But there's issues where, like, you know, my friend, she had an infection. She was in a hospital for like 5 days. And it cost 40 grand, right?
Right, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
it's
Like
insane.
that's why I think it shouldn't be privately run. The hospitals, like medical care.
Yeah, but I don't want state run
That
either.
shouldn't be
'Cause-
something that's for profit.
yeah, but state doesn't do anything good. So name me one product that the state does.
Well, not
That's
in
good.
America, but the healthcare here is actually okay, at least emergency healthcare.
Yeah, but like if let's say you need a minor operation, you know, how long do you have to wait? You know,
Well,
stand in line and wait,
you have to wait a long time for
Yeah.
a minor operation here.
Yeah, so you don't have to
But
wait.
that's
you
the
can
key
get that
word,
done
it's
right
minor.
away.
If you really want that operation and you have the money to do it, you just go to another country then and get it instantly. The point is that the needs are covered no matter what financial situation you're in.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's the thing about it though is, like, most young people don't need medical insurance, right? I didn't have medical insurance forever, and I was like healthy
you
as a
didn't,
horse.
but what if you
But the
some drunk
majority of
driver
people,
fucked you up
yeah, of
and
course,
you...
something could happen. Something catastrophic could happen, right?
Well,
However,
that's my point. It's like...
However, that's still pretty rare, and when you deal with young people, where, you know, they're at the bastion of their health, and, you know, they're not going to dump a bunch of money into healthcare, you know, when they don't necessarily need it.
Well, Norway does it, and to be honest, that's the one part of the tax system I think is fine. Like, I don't work right now, but when I worked, I was like, I'd happy pay a bit more taxes for a handicapped kid to actually get a actual, what's it called? Like, things set up for him.
Yeah.
So he actually can get access to things he needs and live a as normal life as possible. That I'm happy to pay some more taxes for, but I'm not happy to pay more taxes for the politicians to get even richer.
Yeah.
That's some bullshit.
I have a problem with all the abuse, right?
Yeah, that's my problem too. Taxes are fine if they're not mismanaged. I'm fine with taxes for the roads to be good, nice to drive on. Good healthcare for any income
God
bracket.
damn it! You gotta be shitting me. Ah!
Things like that.
I have a problem with state-run anything, really. I prefer public-run, but state like
I think
regulated, right?
With
So-
healthcare, I don't agree with privately owned, because then it becomes for profit, and then
Right.
you
What's
see,
wrong with
you
profit?
hear about people in America who like lost the hand, and no, then they just drive to the hospital because taking the ambulance would ruin them financially.
I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with profit. So
The thing is,
because
if I become
Hang on a
willing
second.
to
Let me finish. Profit creates innovation, right?
well, do both yes and no.
And it creates
In the
superior
medical
services.
field, you don't innovate when you're doing a
What are
surgery
you
on the
talking about?
patient.
The medical field is nothing but innovation.
Not when you're doing the surgery.
What are you talking about? There's all kinds of innovative surgeries.
Not on the table. Yeah, you can innovate, but that's not done on the table while
How
you're
do you
being...
how do you think that happens? You think they just do it by guesswork? No, they do it on the table.
Get your hands off me.
Well, not on
Of course
live
they-
human beings, so just to try out on a injured person. All right.
No, that's not true. They absolutely do.
No!
You have to go to a
In
hospital. You have
emergency
to sign a bunch
situations.
of shit off, but
Yes, I know they've tried stuff on emergency situations, like in the the guy in Japan
We
who
must
had
defend the
the
gate.
highest radiation level on him, right? They kept him alive for ages because the family wanted him not to die. Stuff like that, and he agreed before he lost the ability to speak. They tried a bunch of stuff on the fly because it's just a new case. It never happened before. But you don't have to have it private for that to be the case.
No, but I think private does a better job in every case. As far as quality of work, now.
Oh, that I can agree on.
And
the
not
quality,
only do they do
of
a better
healthcare
job,
work.
but they do a faster job in most cases.
I can agree on you with the quality of work because the healthcare, when you can afford it in America, does seem to be one of the best.
Yeah, it is. Fucking hell. Seriously.
But what I have a problem with is like when you have to, when you're not financially stable, and people take a gamble on their life to avoid being financially ruined for the rest of their lives. You know.
Yeah, but there's ways around that, and there's all kinds of charities and things like that too. That.
Well.
Right.
I mean, I have read a bunch. I have read a lot of cases where people have done absolutely everything in their power to avoid contacting an ambulance.
You know, there's tons of medical charities. And,
well, yeah, but if it's an emergency service and you have to pay thousands of dollars just to get into into an emergency vehicle.
Yeah, but like I said, you cannot be turned down for anything, right? And
yeah, you can't be turned down. But
here's the thing: is you can file for medical bankruptcy and not have to worry about it. There's plenty of ways to work around.
Well, where does the money go and where does it come from? Because they have to be paid.
So here's what happens: is the hospital writes it off, right? They write off all kinds of fucking money.
So you can get injured, get to an ambulance, get treated. Say it costs $100,000. You're medically bankrupt, and then you just earn back money after.
No, the hospital writes it off, right? That's why, it's $30 for a fucking aspirin. You know?
They write it off, but the thing I don't understand is how is it financially viable to run a hospital then? Would the state pay for that those expenses?
Some of the state does take care of some of it.
I think you kind of agree with me if it's just managed properly. It's just a problem with when things are mismanaged.
Well, that's the thing. It's I would be all for. Oh, man, I'm wrecking these people in the chat.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Holy shit, that was awesome. Yeah. So, like I said, I would rather have it privately run, and then but there's so many other ways that's like the system's fucked up in how it's been developed. For example, it wasn't nowhere near as bad until government put their freaking greedy paws into it. Back in the 70s, it was nowhere near that bad.
Our gate is nearly destroyed.
And you knew your doctor.
I wasn't around in the 70s.
I know, but I'm just telling you, it's like
also
you can
the
go get
system in Norway
stitches.
is
You can go get stitches at the emergency room for literally like a couple $100. That was it. You know, pretty typical.
Wait, what did you say? You could get in an emergency room for a couple $100?
Yeah, back in the 70s, it was like nothing.
Yeah, but what the emergency room for what?
Anything. Just like stitches. Let's say you needed stitches, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you can get stitches for fucking cheap. Why? Because you knew your doctor. You know, and the other thing too is, it's like there was this hometown doctor thing back in the day, right? So there weren't all these massive, huge corporations and doctor farms. It was more like, you had a family doctor and he knew all the details and knew all the stuff about your life. The family, and that same doctor would raise like all the children, right? And get, what I'm saying, and like knew everything.
The thing is, the medical knowledge these days is a lot higher, so I don't think that would work out the same nowadays.
Well, no, but there's also, medical services just in record keeping and all that shit too. So,
well, yeah,
that's. I mean, I work in IT, so the medical IT field is huge, right? And
oh yeah, they're big.
Yeah, when I'm talking about innovation, I mean, it goes everything from documents to that shit to.
The thing is, I'm not talking about the product advancements. Yeah, there could be private companies that supply actual technology for the medical field.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the emergency response and that stuff. That I think should be optimally would be covered by the state.
Well, most of it is, especially on the lower income. The state picks up, and how they do that is the company writes off those fees in
the
taxes.
Company.
Right, so that so the hospital, let's say they have an inner city hospital, right? They'll write off some of their.
So they write it off and the state covers it.
Yeah, well, the state.
That just sounds like an extra.
The state doesn't necessarily cover it so much, but they can write off their tax bill, right?
That just sounds like an extra step for having it state-run. Like it's private, and the only thing that... Because they pay taxes through...
Right,
what
but
would the basic...
But if you have expenses, right?
You don't
pay taxes on your expenses. Okay?
Yeah, but there's just more people that profit from you. I'm not saying that the actual... technologies behind things should be state-run. That's foolish. That just shouldn't be the thing. But the state covering the medical expenses for the people through taxpayer money, because tax rates goes up when you go up in pay. So, the idea of that is that the people who don't make as much money aren't being fucked as hard, but the people who make more money still make more money. It's just that they have... What's it called in English?
I don't know.
They are more capable of supporting the lower income brackets through taxes. If that makes sense.
Kinda.
So, I think how it's well meant to be in Norway is a good idea, but it's just mismanaged. Except for the medical field.
Well, the problem with that, though, is when you have state-run medical care, right? There's no oversight. Right? There's no oversight whatsoever. Because the state can spend as much as they want. But they can limit as much as they want, right?
But then again, if they
the state can be corrupted, right?
The thing is, though, the thing is, here you can sue the hospital if they fuck up, and then they should get money for the fuck up. And that happens all the time. But the problem is that it really depends on. It really depends on who handles the case, it seems, because some people, they get almost wealthy from the fuck-ups of the hospital, while others get like a couple thousand for losing a limb. It's like... So that depends on who handles the case, but that would be the same problem privately as well.
Right, but the thing with private, you can make more money on losing a limb. Right, on suing a case, you would make more money than you could on the state, because the state will cap that.
No, it's like, it's so fucked up. It just depends on who's gonna handle your case here. It's like a guy lost his arm, he got like $9,000, roughly translated, and another who was bullied in school, he sued the school and he got $100,000. And it's like, that's some bullshit.
Oh, trust me, there's some retarded lawsuits.
Yeah, and that's where I'm coming with. It just depends on who handles the case. it seems.
This is shite.
The guy who lost his arm, though, that was such a bad case that made it to the news, like headlines and stuff. Because that's really bad. I think he got more after that, because anyone reasonable is gonna say that $9,000 for losing your arm, that's a stupid, and it wasn't even voluntarily, of course, because they fucked up the surgery and they had to amputate it. That's $9,000 doesn't nearly cover enough.
Yeah.
Not good.
But that's the thing, it's like, optimally, if it's not corrupt and shit, it would work perfectly fine. And the only, well, also prison here. Prison and medical field actually works pretty well here. I think it's just fucked when it's for profit.
For glory.
Like prisoners in the US are
Regiment
treated
repelled.
worse than animals in the cases. Wasn't there recently a guy who died from being eaten by bugs in his jail cell?
Possibly.
Yeah, and like, that shouldn't happen.
It's hard to have sympathy though for some prisoners. I'll just
Well,
put it
yeah,
that way.
it's like, and
So-
I think it's like here, they give extra protection to pedophiles because they're at risk of being harmed by the other inmates.
Yeah.
I think that's so dumb. I think they should be free game and no extra penalty if something happens to the pedophile.
Yeah.
If you molest a child, you are free game in my opinion.
Yeah.
You should be expect to be taken off.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm on the fence with a lot of it. I think that we do a horrible job on rehabilitation.
Yeah, the reincarnation rate
but-
in the US is
but see,
miserable.
But the problem with it is it starts way before that, right? It's before they even get to prison, right? It's a cultural issue, and it part of it's a racial issue, and not in the sense that, you know, oh, people are being racist against black people. No, the problem is that we have 13% of our population, right, committing 56 to 76% of all violent crime. We have a very small minority, you know, doing this. And we know why, but no one wants to admit to it. It has nothing really to do with their race.
Well, people
It
admit
has
to
to
it,
do,
but they
it has to do with the
can't.
destruction of the family, right? And the deliberate destruction of the black family. You know, no fathers. You know, having wage-earning fathers replaced with a fucking with a paycheck.
Yeah, the thing
You know,
is,
and
people are aware, but it doesn't want. People don't want it to be a point of discussion. It seems.
no, they don't want to address the real issue.
It's not
They
even
they
racially motivated.
They just want,
It's
yeah,
a-
they just want to say, oh, it's race. You know, that's the problem.
Yeah, racist people will just say, oh, it's black people that are a problem. No, it's a trend. It's an unfortunate trend in the.
Within that community.
Yeah.
And the problem is
The
if you
black
point it
culture.
out, they're gonna say, "Oh, that's racist." No, it's basically going off the facts. And why is this part of the population, the U.S. population, committing crimes? Why are they doing that? Why are they going right now
Yeah, it's a symptom.
into stores and just robbing them blind? You know, where stores are now leaving their cities that they're in. You know,
Yeah,
and it's a lot of it's the crime laws that have been passed, like the
You're nearing the walls. Keep pushing
the
forward.
states
so yeah,
themselves.
so no, they
Oh.
so give you an example. California passed a law that anything like any shoplifting under $1,000 is no longer a penalty or a felony.
That's stupid.
right. So
Would it be a misdemeanor or something? Then?
yeah. So like shoplifting now is literally a misdemeanor.
Can you explain what the difference is? Like, I know the terms and misdemeanor being
Okay.
lower than.
It has to do with the severity.
Yeah, but what's the punishment for different crimes?
So the severity of the crime and the severity of the punishment, right? Like a misdemeanor's like it usually gets a slap on the wrist, some fines, things like that. A felony is something that
yeah,
you know, that they go behind prison, behind bars in, right? That doesn't happen with misdemeanors. Misdemeanors, you might spend some jail time at like a local jail, but you're not going to go to county or prison, right? Felonies go to prison.
To be fair, well, $1,000 is a lot of money. I think.
No, it's not.
But to be fair, you shouldn't go to prison for stealing a pack of
steal
gum.
one iPhone, and that's $1,000, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, $1,000 is a lot of money, so I think it makes sense if it's a lower. Because if a homeless man like is actually starving, and he's got no choice, and he tries to put a sandwich in his pocket, it's like.
Okay, but that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Okay, so
yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying. It's like
right, because I want to address that. That's a very important
money.
statement. But what you're saying is not reality. Right?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying $1,000 is a lot of money.
No,
but I like the idea for lower.
No, stop. Let me. Okay, so you're saying, you know, you said you made a statement basically about, you know, some poor homeless guy is trying to steal a sandwich and he doesn't want to, you know, be a felon. Okay, then stop right there. That is very rare. That is very rare right now in the United States. Yes. Right?
But
what is actually happening?
No,
you gotta understand what's
that's why
actually
I'm saying
happening,
$1,000 is a lot of money.
These Mason
But
siege weapons are
if
a
it could be a
terrible
misdemeanor,
nuisance. Take them out.
still for up to like say $50, and that's not a lot, and that's what that you could imagine. Well, 50. Well, yeah, and that's like a homeless man is not gotten any money from any means, and he's almost starving to death.
Yeah, but
it's like it's a sandwich, and he gets caught. It's a misdemeanor.
Yeah,
if you steal a bunch of shit, that's a federal crime.
Yeah, but
if you get what I mean.
Yeah, but you're not understanding, okay? And what I mean is that in the sense, yes, you are correct in the sense of verbiage, right? And in academic senses, yes, that is correct. But when you talk about what's actually happening in real world, that's not what's happening.
Yeah, I'm just saying how I think it should be in real world. It being $1,000, that's fucking ridiculous. You can steal a whole fucking TV and just get away with it, basically.
But that's what's happening. Is people?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Is like $1,000 is way too much.
So right
now, that's way too much to put it at.
Wait, you're thinking $1,000 is way too much for the punishment?
Well, it should be way less than $1,000 for it to reach an actual crime.
Yeah. So
I'm saying like $50. That's if it was set at $50, it's like that gives a thumbs up for me. It's like a homeless man can steal the sandwich and he gets caught, and it's like, oh, I'll spend the night in jail.
Right. So
because
what's actually happening though? Like in California right now, and in several other states where they passed this, like shoplifting is not a felony kind of thing.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Right? What they've done is there's people like just loading up shopping carts full of food and whatever, and just walking right out the door.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous.
Right? And
that's why the first thing I said is $1,000 is way too much. That's either it's intentional or they're just way out of touch, the people that are putting these regulations in place.
Yeah, so that's part of the problem is they lowered the punishment and they lowered the crime, right? And because of that, you know, you've got people that are, goddamn, I've hit him a couple of times.
Yeah, the thing is, you can't really pinpoint if it's intentional or they're just out of touch and have no clue about reality.
Well, no, what they were trying to do was to not be racist, right? Because the majority of shoplifters were black, right? And
well, yeah, then they're just out of touch or or actually brain dead.
So that's what was going on, is that, these cities were like going, oh, well, we don't want to be racist against black people, so, we're gonna, I'm done on this. So they decided to lower the crime, thinking that would lower the people in jails. That would lower all that, right? Which it
Oh,
did,
they would. I
but
see
now
what they're
what's
trying to
happening-
do.
Yeah. So what's
They're
happening
just
though?
trying to lower their statistics. They don't want to be a racist state because of the black crime rate. But I see what they're trying to do now. They aren't necessarily even trying to prevent crime from happening. It's just that they don't want black crime rate to be such a high statistic in the state.
Right. So what they did is they took these laws that they could some of the most laws is like shoplifting. Shoplifting's a big deal, right? I mean, it's in the long term when you look at it, it's millions of dollars being lost to companies, where companies are literally like in San Francisco right now.
And because
like
of that, prices
the main
increase for
shopping
every
district, all those businesses have up and left. They've left the state.
Either they
they've
leave
left the
or
city.
prices increase to cover the
Well,
lost
they
expense.
can't. They can't even do that anymore.
They can't.
No, because they can't price themselves out of the market, right?
Well, I guess Walmart can do whatever, and they won't lose money, like to an extent where they actually feel it. So it harms them, and that's where I find monopoly being pretty shit, because if a company is so big that they can just price out the competition, say as California, they have to leave because the crimes, they don't get the expenses of products being stolen covered.
Well, no, because they write it off as a tax loss, but it's gotten to the point where, like, even Walmart is shutting down stores because of the shoplifting and violence. It's not sustainable. They can't keep business there if they're losing 10 or 20% or more, in shoplifting. And they can't do anything about it, right? So they can't go and like arrest a shoplifter. They can't do anything violent wise because they will sue the freaking theft, will sue the company for whatever, right? And that's happened before too.
Well, in that case, the court shouldn't side with the criminal. If you get arrested, well, maybe not arrested, but what we call detained. Because leaving the store, even though it's a misdemeanor, it's a crime. And leaving the store while running from police, well, then it's even worse. Then they just fuck themselves over hard as fuck. Running from police is a bad idea.
Well, and that's the other thing too. That's a whole other issue. Okay, so I mean, that is going to be the dumbest thing ever. Is these people are getting shot and killed because they're running from the police. They already have, certain felonies and warrants for their arrest. They turn around and then they run from the police instead of accepting the fact that, hey, maybe they're guilty of something. They should just have their day in court.
Yeah, and if they're not guilty, why are they running?
Right.
If the justice system in the US should be capable of actually coming to the truth.
No, it does, but like in the case of Derek Chauvin, here you got George Floyd, right? The man literally committed a felony by passing off fake bills. That was felony number one. He overdosed on fentanyl, right off the bat.
I think there should have been way more investigation on it to actually prove if the police's actions were the leading cause of death.
No, the cause of death is known. The cause of death was fentanyl overdose. That was the true cause of death. The problem was it was politicized, because it happened to be a white officer and he had his knee on his neck or whatever. And trust me, dude, that is not uncommon. That's not trust me. There was no bruises. There were no damages to his esophagus or anything. Nothing.
I don't think I think it was just the incompetent police officer, because when he's not responding, he stops breathing and he's still on still on him. Not that he's even choking him, just the fact that he doesn't check if it's okay. Yes,
No,
he has,
so you
he
could,
has,
so you could argue negligence, but he still would have
yeah,
died.
that's what I'm saying. Negligence is where I would put the line.
But that's not murder.
It was not
right?
a competent response by the police officer.
Our
And
flag flies
the fact that the
proudly over
other
the
police
portholes.
officers there lost their jobs because of it, that's bullshit.
The great bulwark of both
Well, no,
wings
the
stands
other,
our
yeah,
way.
the other officers getting
Use the
charged was
bombards and
bullshit for sure.
reduce it to
Yeah, they shouldn't even have lost their jobs.
No.
Wasn't one of them on the first fucking day?
Yeah, it was.
also?
He was a rookie, and what
Yeah,
he
it's
was
like,
doing.
well, what are you expecting the rookie to talk shit to his boss on his first
Well,
day?
no, but what the rookie did was actually stopping the other people from interfering, the people that were recording, right? And I would argue that the
Yeah,
people
that's the
that
correct
recorded,
thing to do. And he works off the assumption that his boss is doing the right thing, doing a good job, you know?
Yeah, but here's what I would argue. I would argue that the two people that were interfering with the arrest,
Yeah, that's all. That's also.
they made that arrest happen 9 minutes longer than it should have. Right?
Yeah,
because they were
that's why they
interfering-
also should be.
Yeah. Oh, I
held
agree. I
accountable.
think they should be charged completely.
But definitely he was negligent, the police officer that was on the guy. Regardless of if the... Because I haven't read all about it, I just know there was a knee on the guy and people were pissed off.
I watched the whole thing, right? And the other thing too is like, people only watch the knee on the neck video. They don't watch like the camera footage before it happened. Right?
Yeah,
they
but
don't
also
watch anything
even
where they got him up against the wall and he drops a baggie out of his pocket and you know, they're questioning him and he's acting all crazy. You know?
yeah, but the thing is, that's not even the part I care that much about. Even just the footage of him having the knee on him, you cannot make an assumption that that was racially motivated.
No, it wasn't. Because
There is absolutely
there's no
not
proof.
even an
Yeah, there's-
isolated part of the
yeah,
footage
there's no proof whatsoever that
indicates that it
anything was
was
racially motivated.
racially motivated.
Yeah, there was
it was
nothing.
at most incompetent.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying like, he should have just gotten more training after that, because that was not a reasonable way to
Well,
handle
no,
the
but
situation.
see, you could argue, or at least I've argued, that the people that were recording were the ones
Well,
that
yeah,
were distracting,
that's
the
inherent of,
officer. So
of the
how
rest.
the fuck could you charge them with negligence if they're being distracted by a bunch of dumbasses trying
Well,
to make some
they're
political
cops. They should
statement?
be able to handle stressful situations.
No,
and
they
there's four of them
But
there.
if, well, okay,
But also the two people
yeah,
that
but
were
do me a
interfering,
favor,
they
go-
should be
go
charged
watch,
with.
Go watch the full video. Go watch the full video, because if you
It's been
haven't
over
seen
a year
it,
since I saw
if you
it.
haven't seen it, right?
Yeah, I know there was people filming trying to get in there.
Those people were basically distracting the officers, and that's officer safety at that point, right? The officer
Yeah,
has
that's
a
why
right.
I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. The people interfering should be charged with interference of an arrest.
Yes, and I think they are equally culpable of George Floyd's death,
The bulwark
because if
is
they weren't
breaking.
there,
Yeah.
or if they would have
Keep
stood
showing
back
these swine
and just
the
filmed it from across the street,
superiority of the laws
George
and
Floyd would have been in the car and on the way to the hospital.
Yeah, so I'm also saying that they're partially responsible. That's interfering of an arrest.
Yes,
But also, that police officer was negligent and not capable of responding to a situation like that.
I don't know. You have to
So
watch
that's
the
why
video.
I'm saying training might be. An
Go
idea.
watch the video, because it didn't. It was only 10 minutes long, at least for the arrest
Yeah,
part. But
I
here's-
saw the
but here's the other thing,
video.
is
I saw it 2 years
before
ago or
that-
whatever.
Before that, the video where they actually had him in the car, and they were trying to take him away because he was in the car.
Oh yeah, he was
George
resisting
Floyd
arrest.
got himself out of that car.
Yeah, he was resisting arrest.
Yeah, so he was.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
just get him into cuffs, get him in the car and lock it. And the people interfering, I put them in cuffs too. That's interfering of an arrest. You can put them in cuffs then. Just standing there. But I get why they didn't. Like, the guy was new and stuff. He probably didn't want to take action against those people interfering in the arrest. Like... But the more better police officer, I bet, would just throw them on the ground, put a cuff on them, and get them into it. So yeah, I'm not, like, I'm just saying it's not that black and white.
Nope.
Yes, they were interfering in arrest, but as a police officer, he should be capable of responding to those situations. Especially as there were 4 police officers on the site.
I don't know. I don't think they could have done anything more. I mean, I would. I made a $50 bet.
He was on Floyd for like 9 minutes.
Yeah, but I made a bet that I made a $50 bet with somebody that said I will let you put your knee on my neck for 10 minutes and I'll be fine.
Well,
it'll
yeah,
hurt, it'll sore.
I'm not saying it wasn't the fentanyl, and I'm not saying it was him getting choked out. I'm just saying that he kept the knee on him after he was unresponsive for a long time. And that's where I'm saying that's where the negligence comes in.
Fuck you.
Because people have been saying bullshit, just been bullshitting and saying, oh, I can't breathe, and it having been bullshit.
Yeah, but what you gotta understand is they always say that.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying when he actually becomes unresponsive, he should get the fuck off. It's like, oh shit, he's not responsive, his muscles are completely relaxed. And might be an ideal.
That could simply be a pass out too. Okay, so hang on.
Would you take the risk?
Let me give you a little background, okay? Let me give you a little background. One, I was in the Marine Corps for 8 years, right? So I know how to choke somebody out and kill them with my bare hands. They teach you that in the Marines, right?
Yeah.
They teach you how to kill somebody in about a minute, right? With a chokehold, right? I know exactly how to do it. I know how to do the technique, and I had the technique done against me. So I know how it feels like, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's one. Two, I worked as a doorman, as a bouncer at many nightclubs for over 10 years, right? I've seen a lot of shit. Most of it's stupid shit, right?
Well, of course,
fights, drunk people, fucking stoned off their gourds, having to throw people out, homeless people trying to get into the bar. You name it, I've seen a shit ton of it, right? And I'm just telling you, when someone's that fucked up, and Floyd was, right? When you're trying to make an arrest, and you got people all over you distracting you from doing your job, right? It's very, very hard, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
And
there's more people. There was more officers. Their job would be to try to stop the interference for the main for the officer on the.
They tried.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying they're new people. The training would be necessary. They should be able to handle these cases. And when he's not responsive, well, that's me personally. I just wouldn't take the gamble on it just being a pass out. I would, because he could just call an ambulance, like, come here, check out. I don't know. This seems like it might not be good, you know. Because regardless of if it was the fentanyl or the knee, he was the officer on site and the officer who was hands-on on the situation.
No,
so he would have had the best idea of
all of those are legit arguments, right? They really are. But
yeah,
for him to get the murder and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, that's stupid. I agree with that.
I'm betting a lot of it's going to get turned on.
I'm just saying that negligence at most, and give him some training so he can handle stressful situations. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. The guy was on the force for a long fucking time, so.
Well, yeah, you could be in force for a while, but also be completely incompetent. Elon Musk has been a billionaire for a while, and he's fucking moronic, you know. Why would he rename Twitter to X?
Yeah, I think that's kind of a dumb move, but you know, what do I know?
From what I've seen for a very long time from Elon now, he doesn't seem that bright.
What? You think he's that bright?
Absolutely not. He's done so many. It's like, well, another case is he fired so many people at Twitter for being useless. That might be true.
That was very
but
true.
Are you
dude.
gonna cry that they go to
Facebook? Wait, hold on. Think of all the people he fired, right?
Yeah.
And Twitter still works. Twitter still works probably better than ever.
Well, that's not the thing. The thing is that he starts crying when they go to Facebook, and he makes a case where they cannot work for a competitor.
Well, that's a no compete clause.
And that's
brain
dead.
No. No compete clauses are pretty standard. That's not. I have a no compete clause in the company I work for.
Well, yeah. The thing is, he fires them, and also he can't prove that they worked on threads.
He doesn't have
That's
to.
that's the argument Facebook
He
makes,
doesn't have
that
to
the
if he can prove
people
that the
hired
code
from
is
Twitter isn't even working on threads, and also besides, Twitter isn't exactly this technical marvel. Some good engineers could make a competing product in very short time.
I don't know. I think you could prove if code got stolen. It's not that hard.
Yeah, you could prove, but but that's source code. He doesn't have access to it. But how I read the file, the lawsuit file.
Yeah.
Or was it cease and desist? I don't remember. I don't care. It sounded so accusive, and also pretty much.
There's nothing wrong with the lawsuit. I mean, you can sue anybody for anything. So
yeah, you can sue anybody,
I
but
don't necessarily have a
how
problem
much
with it.
of a crybaby do you have to be that the people working for you cannot get another job? And that's pretty moronic. And
No,
pretty pathetic.
you can get another job. You just can't work for a competitor.
Yeah,
It's a
but
no
wouldn't
compete clause.
any IT like social platform be a competitor then? Because
not
that's
necessarily.
what they're that's what they're good at. That's the expertise they
like
have.
I said, I work in IT and I have a no compete clause. I cannot work for a very specific type of IT company. That doesn't mean I can't go work for an IT company. I just can't work for a competitor.
Yeah, the thing is that this is specifically
over a certain amount of time, right?
Yeah, but this is a social media platform.
It doesn't matter what kind of platform it is.
That's
matter
not
at all.
That's not narrow at all. That's the problem because he can make that case. He can make that case.
Brothers,
Dude, that's
so
very,
broadly.
That's very narrow.
Not when they're so specialized in the field. And the thing is, the reason that there was so many useless people on Twitter is that it's pretty common for these big companies to keep people there, even though they don't do shit, just for them not to join a competitor.
Oh no! That's not the case. That's not the case with Twitter, though. There was completely worthless people working for Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
They had diversity hires out the wazoo that were just completely fucking retarded.
Yeah, but Twitter is
no
a
skill.
for-profit like Twitter, even though it's a social media platform. Optimally, you would want the platform to be profitable. The thing is, no.
Dude, Twitter had so much bloat on it.
Well, yeah, it had, but even still, it's a look away from Twitter also. It is surprisingly common practice for these big tech companies to have a lot of actual useless hires, useless workers, just so they can join another company and give them information that they don't want shared.
we must take their walls.
I don't know.
That's a big reason why like a lot of these big companies, even though the product isn't that demanding in manual work, they have so many employees. I'm pretty sure, at least, like there's no reason for Facebook to have thousands of employees.
Well fought.
It's not a technical marvel. The maintenance doesn't require
Brothers,
large
turn the
staff.
Masons out of their encampments.
I'm pretty sure it's just so that.
I don't know about that, dude. There's a lot of proprietary software and coding that has to do with it.
Well, yeah, but thousands of people. It's not a technical marvel, Facebook or Twitter. Well, X now.
It's only not as technical because people are used to the code now. I mean, it's been around, but I mean, at the time, it was pretty innovative.
Yeah, the thing is, that's not the time anymore. It's, well, I'm not a coder, but I assume it's become way easier to make a platform than it was
I
back
don't
in
know
the early
about that,
days.
dude.
Trying to think of example.
I don't know.
Well,
about
the
that.
start of YouTube was just built by 1 or 2 guys until they sold it to Google. So that's one thing. It's like,
Get shot.
you don't need this massive staff of people for a lot of these things.
No, but I mean, if you saw the videos of the stupid chick showing her day at Twitter, where she shows up and goes to the barista and gets her coffee, and then she's got the little private meeting room, and she seriously, have you seen that video?
I have seen, it was another for someone
We have
on
nearly destroyed their
LinkedIn,
camp.
and that's where I'm thinking, like, these people are just there so that they won't be working for a competitor.
Oh, that's, I don't know. I think that's a
Why else would they be there, and why would the company?
because people hire their friends and they're nepotistic. That's why.
Well,
Yeah.
wasn't Twitter a publicly traded company until Elon bought all the shares?
The Mason bastards have been burned out of their camp.
Because legally, aren't publicly
Arcadians,
traded companies
push the siege
required
rams to the
to
walls of their keep.
make a profit?
No,
If,
they're not required
well,
to make a profit.
at least try
If you're
to.
required to make a profit,
Well,
and
not
you don't,
required,
how would that be a thing?
but the shareholders can
No.
make.
No, you not at
Can
all.
make-
That's not how it works.
Well, why? Like, this is I've heard. This maybe it's just misinformation. I heard, like, it's internet, can be whatever. But that's. I heard that's part of the reason why companies like AMD and Nvidia can be so shitty, because they kind of have to make a profit for their shareholders.
No,
Not
so as a corporation, yes, you want to make money for your shareholders. That's the whole reason to be in business, is to make
and-
money, right? And in order to have investors, you have to pay those investors off,
This is
right?
bollocks.
And you do so by
Yeah.
profits, right? And profit sharing. That's just
Yeah,
how it
exactly.
works. Now, you're
And
not
why
forced to make
would they just
profit.
have losses with useless employees then? That's why I'm thinking. That's why I'm thinking there's just got to be a
No.
reason.
They hire useless employees because employees lie about their qualifications, right? And
Well, yeah, and
wait,
and
let
why
me
is-
finish. There's more to that. There's more to that, right? So when you go through and you vet, and trust me, I've owned businesses, so I've had to hire people, and I've hired a lot of people over my life.
Yeah, but you can also fire.
And here's the thing: people lie about their credentials, they lie about their skills, and once you vet them, you get them hired, right? And if you're trying to hire somebody based on their diversity, right, almost always backfires because
Yeah,
because they don't have that skill, right?
yeah.
And
but the
and then you're stuck with it, because if you try to fire them, right, then you get sued for firing them. So it's fucked
well, they have
up.
to make a case for them being fired not to be lawful, and that's pretty hard to make if
It's-
you meet a
Dude,
competent
trust me,
judge.
that is so fucking hard to do. It's hard to fire a minority. It's like ridiculously hard.
That's a problem with the legal system.
Yes, exactly. And because of
So-
that problem, you get a bunch of these diversity hires that are fucking useless. They know, and I've seen this firsthand at like the Ford plant. I've had a friend that worked at the Ford plant,
The siege rams have
What the
almost reached
fuck?
their walls.
and
But the thing is that
and they had to hire.
Elon did fire, and he doesn't seem to have gotten. Well, he did actually, because but that was pretty
was one of the
legitimate.
best
The
things he
lawsuit,
could have done.
because they
was
didn't get
fucking clean house.
like a period of time before. What's it called? Basically,
I don't know what
like
you're talking
you
about.
get
dude,
told
'cause-
that you get fired a certain amount of time before you actually leave the job.
yeah, like
or something like that.
like a 2-week notice or something.
Yeah, and they didn't get that on Twitter. And that's why he got the lawsuit.
God damn it.
And that's pretty legitimate.
Yeah, but that's, look, you don't have to give somebody that leave. You can fire them on the spot. You don't have to do that. You don't have to give them any severance either. You don't have to do shit. You can say, pack your shit and get the fuck out.
But get the fuck out today, and then...
Yeah, you can do that. That's completely legal. There's nothing wrong with that.
And
anything
have no financial...
Wait. Anything above that is a bonus. And that's the problem, is people don't understand that. They think they deserve this shit when they don't.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying deserved or not, but it's like a period of time so they can start looking for jobs in the free time and stuff.
So what? Look, as someone who owned a business, I'm telling you, you are allowed to fire anybody for any reason, and you don't have to give them anything, right?
Well, then it might have been the company policy then, because there was something in that...
No, that's just, that's a nice policy to help retain, people, right?
Oh,
it's like,
yeah, it must have been like a
severance
contract
package,
or something,
right? And they do a severance package so that they don't get sued for bullshit.
Yeah, but
it's cheaper. It's cheaper
to
pay somebody off than to have to deal with somebody in a lawsuit, right?
Yeah, but in that case, I'm pretty sure that it must have been in the... Oh fuck, I got brain fart. What's it called? Let us shit aside. The contract. That they get that. They would get that.
If you're contract labor, that's a completely separate subject.
No, not contract labor.
So,
well, you do
what,
sign the contract when
yeah,
you're as an
what your
employee,
contract
don't you?
states. So that's,
Well, either
that's
way,
a
he was
completely
legally
separate
binded
argument.
to do something like that, and that's why they sued him.
Well, they can sue him. That doesn't mean they're going to win. That's the other thing,
Well,
too.
no, but from what I read, it seemed like he was at least legally binded to give them
Yeah, he's not.
that period. Well, they must have signed something because it was legally binded, the argument. I just don't remember exactly what it was. It was just some period of time they would have, and they didn't get it. And the argument was that he had become legally binded to that through something, probably just the contract. You know? And it's kind of a big deal too when it's like thousands of employees just suddenly. That becomes a problem for the government too, because that many software engineers losing their job at the same time. That's gonna be an unemployment issue.
So they play unemployment insurance already. So that's already built into the system.
And that's well, I don't remember the exact specifics, but at least they made a pretty good argument, and it looked pretty set in stone that he was binded to give them that period, that those two week notice or whatever it was, and it didn't.
There's the only way that would be legally binding is if there was something in a contract, and that's it.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
But
it probably was a contract.
even then, you
because
can
I'm pretty
fight
sure
the
he
contract.
was legally binded for it.
So you can always fight legally against even a shitty contract. So if the contract's shitty, you can fight against that too. So,
Yeah, that's what Elon Musk would use as counterclaim.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's a contract
was
from his
overzealous.
company. How can he say that my company has a shit contract? So I don't want, I don't want to abide to my own rules. That I said. That is kind of stupid. But it also comes back to like. You can't expect your workers when you fire them not to find another workplace.
No, go for it. But it's
that's why I'm saying it's
like
kind
I
of
said,
stupid
if there's a
to
no
try.
compete clause, that's another animal. So if you
like when he's saying they're useless also. Why are you gonna fucking mock them on your platform and fire them?
Why
and then
not?
cry?
Why not?
Well,
I would.
Well, he's
I
not.
would do that. I would absolutely do that. Look at this worthless piece of shit
Yeah,
we
but
hired.
Yeah,
And,
look at this worthless piece of shit. And if he joins the competitor, would you be starting to cry? Oh no!
No,
This
but
worthless piece of
here's the
shit.
thing.
I'm gonna cry and
See, you're looking at it the wrong way. I look at it like this: if you had a piece of shit employee that drained your company with all kinds of shit problems, right? I would want that employee to suffer, right?
So you start a lawsuit just if he gets another job that you don't think he should have?
Yeah, it competes? Absolutely. Regardless if they were retarded, and they'd have a negative effect on my competition.
Well, legally, maybe there's a case to be made there, but it's still kind of pathetic if it's like, oh, this person is a useless, worthless piece of shit. That's why we got rid of him. And then a bit later, oh no, don't hire this guy. Like you can hire this guy.
Nah, fuck it.
And that becomes
dude,
kind of spineless.
I had employees steal from me. I had employees lose multi-$1,000 contracts because they fucked up big time. You know, fuck those employees. Seriously.
Yeah, and
Fuck
would
them.
you cry if
I
they
want to give
found
them as
another,
much pain
regardless?
as humanly possible because they fucked my money, my time, my investment on the generosity of me fucking hiring them.
Yeah, but it's kind of spineless to start crying, like, you call them worthless, useless, and then they find another job, and then you start crying, and that's kind of pathetic, if you do that.
You think so? I don't know.
Yeah, like,
I don't know.
whatever, they can be a cock in the ass, you can still think they're worthless and useless, but it's like, whatever.
Dude,
their
if you
life.
cost me money, and you fuck up my business, I'm going after you. Fuck you.
How much effort would you put in to something like that? It's like,
For glory!
would you give that person any attention at all? It's like,
Depends
get
on
lost.
how much money they
And-
lost me.
Yeah, but get lost and then we go our ways.
No, that's
It's like-
no. If you, dude, no. If someone cost me multi-$1,000, no, fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. That's
them.
why you fire them, and
Yeah.
then they're not
And
your
they're
problem
lucky.
anymore.
Look, everybody that I fired that cost me that kind of money, they are lucky that I didn't sue them for the loss of damages for their incompetence. They're damn fucking lucky I didn't.
Yeah, that's
It wasn't
sure.
worth my
like,
time or
sure
effort,
sure you could do that, but it's like
But
when
here's
you
the
fire
thing.
once they're not in your life, once you fire them and they're out of the.
No. See, like I said, you haven't owned a business, dude. You have no idea what the fuck you're
Well,
talking
no,
about
but
on this one. Because I'm telling you right now.
I've taken this.
No, because these assholes, when you fire them, you know what the first thing they're gonna do is, especially
gonna
if
cry
you
about the
fired them for a
right?
decent reason, the first thing they're gonna do is go file for unemployment, right? Because they
Well,
got
yeah.
fired. Well, guess what? You can fight against that because that unemployment money comes out
It's
of
your
your
taxes.
money. It comes out of your tax bill, right? So they can still fuck you by filing for unemployment, right? And so the assholes that did that and filed for unemployment, I fought that too.
Eliminate the enemy
I was like,
team!
no, this asshole cost me a shit ton of money through his incompetence. There's no fucking way I'm gonna fucking give that asshole any kind of fucking, you know.
Yeah, I probably
Yeah,
would
fuck
just
that.
not
I
let
would-
them.
Dude, like I said,
I would get them before they cost me too much money,
dude,
and then
trust me, like, fucking start a business, hire a few people, then come talk to me, because employees suck. They
Well, yeah,
suck.
I'm
They
aware.
Suck. They
I'm
suck.
aware.
They suck.
I have had back when I worked a couple of co-workers. I could not stand working with them. They were so fucking useless. And I mean useless. The thing is, in my mind, it's like they start losing your money and you're like, what the fuck you're doing? you gotta do better, and then they just don't do better, and it's like, okay, goodbye, I don't want you here. That in my mind, that would be the end of it, because you get good employees too, right?
Oh yeah, I've had to deal with shitty employees before.
Yeah, and then you have good employees too.
No, my good employees, I would treat them and go bend over backwards for them. You know, because they were fucking badass.
Yeah, and that's good. And it's like, just don't give them the bad ones any attention. Don't give the bad ones attention, and then listen to the list. If a good employee says that this guy is a fucking clown, hard to work with. Fuck him.
But you don't understand how hard it is to fire some people sometimes. If they're a woman of color, if they're, you know, they'll just scream discrimination.
Yeah, that's why you keep all documents. You can prove that that person has lost your company money, and if they sue you, you can't make a claim that they have to cover all legal fees if they lose.
God damn it. Fucking map.
Is that the case, or is that impossible?
What, say that again?
That can you make them have to cover the legal fees if they lose the lawsuit against you?
Yeah, you can do that in a lawsuit. Have them cover the legal fees.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying if you keep all documents and you can easily prove that that person lost your company money, then I don't see the issue. Sure, fucking sue me. You're gonna lose all your money because you're gonna pay your legal fees and my legal fees. And that's how I think of it. It's like I wouldn't want to use more of my time on them than I need to. Too much work. Like, they're useless, you fire them, then they can do whatever, I don't care. Thing is also, they're, what's it called in English?
I don't know.
Like, where we write down, like, schools and previous jobs and stuff. What's that called again?
I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
You use that when you search for new jobs.
Interview?
You have to show competence level, maybe you don't have the same thing here. Either way, it's like if they've worked in like 6 companies the past 2 years, then the person who's gonna hire them could pretty quickly see that, oh no, this is a financial risk.
Yeah. Oh, like just their work history?
Yeah, their work history. Like if they've been in 6 companies the past 2 years, they can pretty quickly see that that person is a waste of time.
Yeah, but there's so many people that like lie on their bullshit, so.
That's why you do background check. That's what I would do at least if I were to hire people. Because hiring someone is a big investment.
Oh yeah.
So I would want to be as well informed as
nothing's
possible.
worse than being desperate and needing work, where you just have to hire people just because you need people. And I've been in that position too, where you just don't have the time to vet somebody because you need bodies. Yeah, dude. I said, go start a business. Go start a business. You'll learn real quick and how rough it is.
The company I worked with, that was kind of not the best solution. We didn't hire more people. We just all worked not quite legal overtime. Was like one coworker had over 300 hours in 1 month, and that's not including the like driving
fucking archers.
or lunch. So he would work like 12 hours a day, including weekends.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like when I had my own businesses, dude, I'd work 60 hours. I mean, I'd only go home to sleep and take a shower, you know, and I'd work 7 days a week. And that's the thing that like workers do not understand.
60 hours is 60 hours isn't that bad.
No, it's not, but
he clocked in over 300 hours, excluding driving, excluding lunch breaks.
When I had my pizza place, I drove literally an hour to work and back, just for work.
Yeah, he drove that much that month because the job was kind of far away. Well, I was young, so I had to take public transport. I would spend 2 hours. So as an apprentice, it was pretty illegal for me too. I had the office had made me gave me like you know when they refuse you to work overtime.
Yeah.
Well, if you count in the traveling too, I had over 260 hours, even though I wasn't allowed to work overtime.
Yeah, I've been in that position too, where it's like I've been working my ass off and I can't work overtime because I'm already out.
I had to work overtime to get the job done.
Right.
The thing is, I still
which I don't mind doing, but a lot of times, like if you cap out on that, you're kind of screwed, right? So, or you screw the company because then your overtime pay is so fucking much.
Well, not as an apprentice, that was pretty shit. Fucking ass.
Yeah.
But it was like work had to be done. What am I gonna do? Not do it? Then other people are just gonna have to work even more, and that coworker had fucking 300 hours that month. I'm not gonna put even more weight on his shoulders. That's ridiculous. And yeah, they got pretty strict with us. Like, no more overtime. After that, guess what?
Yeah.
3 days in, we had to work overtime. That was 3 days.
But the thing about that is
we were on the phone with the.
I mean, if they need to make you work overtime, or they need people to work overtime, that just means they're understaffed. They can't find good people.
Yeah, we were at least 4 people too few that entire year, and we weren't even 20 employees.
Yeah. and it's good. It's hard to find good employees. It's like incredibly hard.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was a couple people there was like back then I was on 3 hours average sleep, and still there was a couple of hires that impressed me with how useless they were.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like, how do you filter out the worthless employees? It's fucking hard as fuck. You know, because you can't watch them all, you know, and, you know, politics builds up between people, so people can accuse another person of not doing shit when that's the person that's actually doing all the work, so. You know,
yeah,
I've seen that happen before many times, so.
You know why I got accused of not doing shit? You know why?
What?
Because I looked fucking dead, so they thought I was high. No, I just slept 3 hours average. Of course I'm gonna be dead. I was fucking hearing stuff a couple of times because I was so sleep deprived.
Dude, I've been there too.
And they thought I was on drugs or something, but I got work done.
I mean, there was times when I didn't even go home. I just sleep at the office. That's the worst,
just
man.
the enemies remain.
You got so much shit to do, and you're just like hauling ass.
Yeah, and as an apprentice, I did that as an apprentice. And it's like one time they had to drive me to the train. I got the very last train to nearby where I live, and then I had to get picked up there because there was no buses at that point.
We only have 30 troops
left. That was a 17-hour workday.
Yeah,
only 5 enemies
and
remain.
with driving, it would be 20.
We are victorious.
Well, and lunch.
That's how you tear that shit up. Fuck yeah, I just rocked that fucking map.
Yeah, that's how to spend 20 hours.
Hey, the fact that I'm top fragging and like talking this deep about fucking business and shit means this game kind of sucks.
The fact that I'm 21 years old and this is the kind of topics I've been getting involved in since my fucking mid-teens means that I'm a fucking boring person. One fucking youngster talking about taxes and shit.
Yeah, dude, I've had probably what 7, 8 different businesses that I ran and managed or owned, to various degrees of success and failure, mostly failure.
Failure rate is really high, like here in Norway, at least for being like electricians and stuff, 96% fail.
They fail as an electrician?
Electrical company, like electrician company. And I can understand why.
Why?
When you're a new company, you don't have like a buffer for like getting hit with anything. You don't have the means to get like a good price on components.
Oh,
so then you can't really do that well in competing against other businesses in price.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's always a large learning curve starting.
Yeah,
at least in a business.
I think
that
mostly
you don't have
learning.
a history in. You know, you just don't, and that's the sad part about like social media influencers making fucking all this money, is they have no idea how hard it is to make money.
We farmhands
They really
must
don't.
take a stand and give the townsfolk time to get to safety.
No. Man, it's almost kind of fun to see this fake alphas, like how out of touch they are. Oh, I mean, yeah, mommy and daddy got me all the, and daddy got me all my financial stability, and then they put personal value onto the size of their wallet. Like, you're worth as much as your parents made you.
you're worth about what anyone's willing to pay.
Rally the bridge! Keep them away from the estates!
Like $50.
but I can't wait till all these fucking e-thoughts get old and saggy and shit, and you know,
yeah, they're
like,
depending on their
and all this money's gonna go away, and they're gonna be like, what the fuck, you know.
The thing is, the big ones, they are pretty much set for life, but then again, they might just be so financially inept that they just throw away all their money. They could be multi-millionaires and just throw away all the money in a year.
I can't wait, dude, because they're gonna be like, what the fuck?
It's like them, and it's people like me and Asmongold. They're like,
money,
the fuck is this ice
what
cream?
The fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, the fries for just $3. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I'm cheap as fuck. It's like, I go to the store and I say, oh, 3 liters of ice cream, $3. That's fucking insane.
God damn it, it's fucking teammate.
And then I go buy it
fucking
because
hell.
Yeah, I'm so price conscious. Fuck. I was very much not spoiled, to say the least.
I don't know. I think simps need to go on the wall, though.
Simp?
Yeah, simp. All these assholes that are paying all this money to chicks because they flash a booby.
I don't get the psychology behind it either. It's like, what do they expect?
God damn it.
I can kind of understand a guy being born me and be like, oh, on defense, I'm fucking.
No,
I want to run one up.
No,
it's like, sure, I can get that, but you're donating.
It's like, are you too stupid to find free porn? I mean, seriously, do you need to have some chick write your name on their body in marker?
You have to understand, these people are not thinking with their brain. They're thinking with their genitals. They're just horny and it's like, oh fuck, it's got an OnlyFans, so that's not, I'm fucking buying it. I've never spent a cent on porn, but I can kind of get that. But it's like, I'm getting 100 subscribers to these girl streamers.
Fuck this shit, man.
Because they're gonna notice me.
Seriously.
And that's where I'm thinking, like, I don't understand the thought process behind that.
Defend our livelihood.
That's where I don't keep up.
fuck all of it.
It's not my life, and I guess fucking
no, but their bullshit
good.
is affecting the rest of us.
Yeah,
Seriously.
it's like at the same time, this pathetic, this Sims giving away money, and this woman that
half of them, it's not even their money. It's like their parents' money.
And then there's just
dudes
poor
that are
parenting.
bankrupting their. I agree, but still, I mean, it's insane. It's insane that some chick can get on a fucking streaming site and flash a little boobie, a little under boob.
Yeah, and they don't even get banned for it.
You know, and all of a sudden, you know, she's multi-millionaire. You know, or for you know, talking about ooh crunchy corn. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, that's fucking the weird. Oh, how? I don't think. Is that even Sims? I think that's just.
No, Sims are still paying for that shit.
Yeah, but is that even Sim? It's like it's.
Somebody's paying for it.
Brain rot. That has to just be brain rot. That's just next level. It's like. That NPC fucking TikTok thing, that's actually the most mind-numbing, stupid thing I've ever seen. How is that profitable? Who's entertained by it? I don't get it. The thing is, like, good on them for finding a marketable thing. Like, sure, make your money, whatever. I don't see why people spend, like, give them money. And it's their loss, or their parents' loss, but that's poor parenting if they let their kids spend their own money. Thing is, well, I'm not a father, but I'm so cold, I bet I would be like, dude, if you fuck my finances up, I'm suing the shit out of you. Even though it's my fucking... Even though it's my child, it's like, yeah, you're my child, but you still have personal responsibilities. I'm not a fucking... I'm not a carry.
Right, yeah.
I'm a tutorial and a guide. I'm not a carry. And once I start griefing, I'm fucking... You know? That's my mindset of it. And that kind of goes with capitalism. Like, sure, these women find something profitable. Good on them, I guess. You know, money is money, and they find a way to make it. That's good.
They have burned much of
But
the
yeah, lots of young people they're so financially inept. I actually can't believe it.
Well, they're basically just fucking retarded.
They are ruined.
Well, yeah. I have fucking... Funny thing is, I don't like any generation
Defend
right
our
now.
homes.
It's every generation is like some shit that's an annoyance.
God damn it.
And I'm not sure what's worse between the millennials or the Gen Z.
Fuck, sorry, I missed like 2 fucking swings. That shit pisses me off.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse between millennials or Gen Z. I don't like.
Oh, those guys are fucking retarded. No question.
Both are miserable. I'm Gen Z and I don't like my peers. Fucking man. They aren't able to think further in front of them than their nose point. It's like, now I got a paycheck, now I'm buying this Gucci belt. Oh, I can't afford food for the rest of the month. It's kind of that stuff. And what's the thought process behind that?
Say that again?
It's like, my generation, probably millennials too.
Yeah.
Their financial knowledge is rock bottom. They get a paycheck, and then the first thing they do is go buy a Gucci belt or something like that.
They don't even take the time to look how bad their
Yeah, and the thing is,
how much taxes are being taken. That's how bad they are.
That too, and also
because like people like when they see how much money's being taken out of their paycheck, they usually like fucking they wake up real quick, right?
Man, I was.
When you start to see how much they take out of your paycheck,
yeah, like 30% as an apprentice.
Yeah.
I don't make shit. I was like fucking $10 an hour. Well, why is it they gonna take that much? I don't make shit already. So yeah. But also it's like they buy these brand name things that has the same functionality and the same quality as something that's a fraction of the price.
Yeah.
Even made in the same sweatshop and the same kids. It's just not glued the fucking sticker on that. And that's the thing.
Fuck you! God damn it!
They care more about their social status among people that don't give a fuck.
Yeah. No, that's...
Than their actual financial stability.
Yep. Most of the work yard is in flames.
Yeah, because they've learned that they could whine and bellyache about their problems to get money.
Well, they kind of don't anymore.
Somebody's gonna donate money because they feel bad for them.
Oh yeah, but that's the woman. The guys is the guys I'm talking about. Like they're buying a Gucci belt, like a fucking brand jacket or whatever, and then they don't have money, and it's like, what happened? You bought a fucking belt? That's 500 times the price of something you could have bought at Walmart with the exact same function.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, don't get me started on that, but...
And that's where I think I don't get brand clothing.
Well,
a lot of them, I'm pretty damn sure that you can get the same quality for a fraction of the price, maybe even made in the same sweatshop, just not like stitched on the fucking brand. So I never buy expensive stuff just for... I don't care what people... if someone thinks I'm poor or whatever. Maybe I look poor, but you are poor. You know?
Well, yeah, but I mean, so I mean, but that's like competition and just commerce in general, right? Is
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. Like you could be rich,
I'm the
whatever.
same way. I like name brands. I typically don't, especially when it comes to clothing. Fuck no, I don't give a shit about that. Do I want nice shit? Sure, but like, am I going to go out of my way to save my money so I can buy some expensive pair of shoes? Fuck no. If I gotta spend more than $80 for a pair of shoes, I'm pissed.
Man, I haven't spent like the last pair of shoes, $30. Nice. And the shoes I had before that, I wore them until several, like so long that for several months the sole was loose. Like it would just make smacking.
Dude, I've got shoes I've had for 10, 15 years.
The clothes, I don't give a fuck about. I have this sweater over there.
Cars I'm kind of the same way, but I mean, I still have a weakness for them. Like, I want a good quality car. I want something I have fun driving and riding, and not want to.
I'm maybe weird there. I think driving is fucking boring. I hate it.
What?
I think it's the worst. I think it's so boring. Like, man, I'm telling you, I'm such a fucking weirdo for like a young man. Like, nobody's so bored. I'd rather read the news than drive a car. And I know a lot of the news are gonna be bullshit.
No, I get you. I'm kind of the same way. I'm a news junkie.
But man, I don't know why. It's just, it's so boring. It's miserable.
By repelling the invaders here today, for Argon.
Oh.
So, but you're probably the exception though, because a lot of millennials like think they're in the know, and they're not.
I'm not even a millennial. I'm a Gen Z.
Oh.
So,
ooh, I'm sorry.
I'm not exactly proud of my peers.
That's even worse.
I'm not exactly proud of my peers.
Gen Z is fucking like retarded as fuck.
Yeah, they're fucking. Oh my god.
They're so dumb.
Are they worse than millennials though? Like, have you seen most of their writing in movies and shit now?
I mean,
It's
just
so
their
bad.
entertainment in general is fucking retarded.
Yeah. Nah.
I mean, the shit that they... I mean, just the shit they'll pay for. Crunchy corn. I mean...
I think the
that
most
shit,
strange
I'm
part
like,
is that
seriously?
they...
You're watching a chick you're paying her thousands of dollars, and she's not even showing you a titty? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm never gonna get that.
I'm like...
And
Oh my
like
God.
for that woman's from that woman's perspective, it's like that's a way to make money. I don't think it's I don't think it makes sense, but sure, if you don't know that she finds a way to profit.
They're just fuck. It is so dumb to even watch. These people are going. I mean,
But to be fair, if I was her, I would be losing my mind. Imagine doing that shit every day for hours.
well, no, because they're dumb as fuck too.
They have nearly occupied the city!
I would
Seriously,
lose
clear the
my
streets of the
The
mind.
girls that do that, they're not fucking rocket scientists. They're
No,
fucking
me
retards.
neither, but I would fucking lose my mind doing the same, like those emotes in real life, for hours every day. I would lose my shit.
Oh, fuck yeah, it would. Yeah, you'd have to be fucking crazy if you didn't fucking lose your shit.
But,
What?
I mean, maybe it would change it, like, if I saw tens of thousands of dollars, it's like, no, I have to fucking... Then I might, like, just overpower it, but I have to keep this going. Because that won't last forever, that shit's not gonna last for long, even, I think. People are gonna get over it quick.
No, the problem is the population has been successfully dumbed down on purpose. I mean, it's like Idiocracy is like a prophecy. I don't know if you ever seen that movie. If you haven't, go watch it. Go see the movie Idiocracy. Because it predicts like almost all this stupid shit.
The thing is, mostly it's just parents being god awful dog shit. Like, don't teach their kids anything, just put them in front of a screen. That's not a parent.
That's some of it.
That's not a parent, just put their fucking kid in front of a screen and don't teach them shit. They just give them money and then the kid has no knowledge of the real world.
No, they're fucking. I'm serious. They're so fucking dumb. It's
They are.
like, and they have no marketable skill, other than how they look, what their gender is. I mean, it's insane. It's literally.
I don't
insane.
even like the look. Like they look like fucking. What slurs can I use in that? Well, they look like F words, to put it mildly, because how feminine is a man supposed to be nowadays?
A
Dudes
man
putting on
shouldn't be
fucking
feminine.
makeup.
That's the whole thing.
going-
A man shouldn't be feminine. Period.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying the fucking F word. It's like, why are they putting on makeup? Fucking I'm going to get a haircut at a hair salon.
Well, there is a good valid argument for like some of the
Bridgetown is
shit in the
overrun.
water.
Fall
You know,
back to the
feminizing
Guildhall.
Yeah,
men.
but
Defend the visiting
it's
nobles.
still like
They
a...
have retreated to the safety of the Guildhall.
How do you call it? It's... well... I don't know. But even here in Norway, where that isn't the case, you have such fucking...
It's coming, dude. It's coming.
I'm coming too.
Dude, I'm serious, man. It's. Did you see that? What was it, Orban? I can't. He just did a speech the other day that blew my mind. He was talking about the whole gender bullshit and how shit.
Yeah, the thing is,
Oh, God damn it.
it's not even really a problem. They make it a problem. Just let things play their course, let people be people. I don't know why they have to intertwine into Ryan or whatever it's called. They put resources on something that is not necessary to put resources in. Let people just be people and just fucking let things work out the way it should.
Half of our nobles have been slain. Keep the remaining
I don't know
lords
why
safe.
there's like all this and that is a social construct. And I think a lot of the gender arguments, it's like the opposing sides, a lot of the times, I think they even actually agree. They just don't use the proper wording or arguments. Or they're just unreasonable, like the people who want it to be legally obligated to refer someone to their preferred gender.
Dude, that's gonna start a world war of shit right there. This whole thing about
it's what I'm saying. It's like,
seriously, that's gonna cause so much bullshit.
It's like, that's why I'm saying, just be human beings. Like, just don't push it. Like, if you want to be a woman, then fine. Sure, you can do whatever you want. You're free to do whatever you want.
You shouldn't expect the rest of the world to,
you shouldn't force me to refer to you as one, especially not legally. Well, if you're a cool, if it's a cool person, sure, I could call it a she, even though it was born a man. Because it is a real thing, the gender dysmorphia.
Yeah, but it's
I
rare.
won't put it against them that
it's like 0.002%.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, it's pretty clear if those who actually are just reasonable people that's born in the wrong body. I know who that is if I talk to them. I can talk fine with, I'm fine with referring to someone as a preferred gender if I think it's like, yeah, sure.
I don't know, I think...
But if it's a cock in the ass and it's someone tries to force me, I just don't speak to them at all. I just call them a fucking moron and go by my day. But if it's a nice person that is a reasonable person in the conversation, and then they just say, oh, by the way,
and grooming people. That's the problem.
But it's not. That's where I think it's fucked. But if it's someone, it's clear that was a man, and if I say he to that person on accident or whatever, and they just oh, it's she, but yeah.
Yeah, I gotta pee. Hang on.
It is what it is. They don't get pissed off about it. It's like, oh shit, my bad.
Yeah.
Just be mutually respect each other.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Hey, good.
Yeah.
And so the coward Malric sends his knavish army to Thaic Castle. The vainglorious Masons think they have cornered the young cub in the far reaches of the north. They have not cornered a cub. They have stumbled right into the lion's den. Lions of Agatha, bare your teeth and show your claws. Fight for your king. Fight for your kingdom. Fight for Agatha! Defend the blockhouses. Keep the siege weapons firing.
I don't know. I think you've got a group of parents and idiots that are purposely confusing children. Or absolutely purposely confusing.
Yeah, that's the thing. You realize quickly what the intentions and mindset behind people are.
Yep.
If they attack you and are pissed off that you slip up and say, refer to the person as something they don't identify as,
I don't give a shit.
Then I just say, get out, I don't
really
want to
don't.
speak to you.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I don't give a shit
you
because
can be
they're
whatever.
forcing-
It's not my problem.
They're forcing ideology on people. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, oh, well, you want that to be the case? Well, then I don't want to affiliate. Then get out. I don't want to talk to you. That's just as simple as I want to make it. Well, if it's someone respectable, and it is not mad that I slip up, just they understand that it's just fucking because normally I would refer a man to as a man, and they don't get pissed off. It's like, but yeah, I'm a woman.
I'm not gonna call a trans man a man. Sorry, I'm not gonna do it. I know way too many lesbians that have fought way too hard for their own rights and other bullshit. For somebody to just go, oh, I'm a man now. Fuck that. Fuck that shit.
There's a difference between gender and sex.
No, there isn't. That's the problem. There isn't.
That's
no. That's word wobbly goobity goo. That's what that shit is. That's what all that is. It's all bullshit. Almost all of it's fucking bullshit.
That's why I don't think they should be registered as a woman if they think they're a woman. I think maybe registered as trans woman. It's like they still are covered by the male biological.
There's nothing scientific about gender versus sex. Sorry, that's word games. It's word games written by psychologists. Not any actual evidence, no scientific basis on it whatsoever.
Well, you can agree
I'm
on.
sick of it. I'm sick of it.
You can,
and the worst part is I have three people I know who have transitioned. I know
you
three
can agree
of
on
them.
gender dysmorphia being an actual diagnosis.
It absolutely can be. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying you shouldn't
but
just throw those out because it's a rare occurrence. It does happen, and don't let them be fucked by those who's trying to abuse whatever system they want to set in place. Because those people with that issue just want to be normal people.
Agatha, defend the catapults. Do not let them fall into enemy hands.
Fucking piece of shit. You better know what you're doing. Steal my cat head.
You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, no, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, it's like it's why I disown anyone who are unreasonable about it. Anyone who actually like suffers from that condition.
But the
Like
problem
I don't want to make shit harder than it already is for them. I bet it would be hard if I was.
But the problem
if I was
it's
in a
being
female body with my current
overdiagnosed. It's
mind.
way being overdiagnosed. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I'm just saying not to throw those with the actual that actually suffer from it under the bus because of the moronic plague that is overdiagnosing of gender dysmorphia. Because those who actually suffer from it shouldn't be negatively affected by those who abuse the fucking medical system. So that's why I'm fine with being respectful to those who actually are reasonable people who seem to have a genuine problem with the gender dysmorphia rather than be respectful to them and then just disown those who are fucking maniacs. Because at the end of the day, I'm not talking to a guy or a girl, I'm just talking to another person. I don't really care if that person is a shit person, but no matter what it's about. It's like, I don't want to talk to shit people.
Ah, god damn it.
It's kind of that simple.
I don't know, I do not want to be forced to comply to someone else's delusion.
Well, me neither, and that's why
that's the problem. And
that's why it's
big problem.
I only do it if it's voluntary. If it's a nice person who like don't fucking
I will call
attack me
them by their
because
name. I will treat them with
don't-
respect like anybody else. But as soon as they start forcing me to do shit, no,
Yeah,
that's a whole other story.
Maybe I'm wording a bit too aggressively. It's like if they don't really care too much, and it's like just a decent person, like whatever. I can.
God damn it.
I can respect a good person enough to call them something that they're not.
I'm not. Fuck pronouns, dude.
Yeah,
pronouns are like the dumbest
it's why I
fucking thing
just
ever.
think
I'm sorry. I think pronouns are dumb as fuck. Because then
I agree,
they
but
change,
it's just about
they change
respecting
on
good
the.
people.
No, it's not about respect. It's about submission. It's about people who are fucked up, have no power or position in their life, or whatever.
Yeah, and those
they
people that are fucked up that
they're
want to push it on me, I
they're
just don't
pushing
speak to
it
them.
on other people. That's the problem.
And that's the people I don't refer to as. I don't even speak to them, to be honest. But I wouldn't. Somebody pushing some shit on me, I wouldn't speak to them. That's just as simple as it is. And it's a voluntary action for me to just refer to someone that actually are decent people that actually suffer from it.
But here's the thing: the number of people that actually suffer from it are like 0.006%.
Yeah, it's very few.
It's
I'm
not even. It's
I'm
like,
aware.
It's
I'm
like
aware.
one in a million. It's. I gotta do the math. It's so for 100,000 people, it's 8.
Yeah, and as
at best. At best.
Yeah, and I'm not saying. I know it's
and
not
so
often,
you expect,
and
so wait,
most
you
people I
expect
don't even
the
communicate with
the
due
rest
to
of
that.
society to cater to that bullshit.
The thing is, I know one person. It's someone from the school with my sister. She definitely isn't fucking forcing anything, but she generally believes to be like a guy in mentally.
Yeah, but look,
and it's like,
here, no, look,
am I gonna?
I guarantee you that is not a natural confusion.
It's not natural, but
that is a manipulated.
Natural...
That is a manipulated issue based on society and societal pressure. It has nothing to do with her physically or biologically, thinking that she's sorry. That's not true at all.
Yeah, but things that is pretty
I've known
weird.
way too many gay people in my life.
The family
and
of
that's
that person
bullshit.
is kind of, what's it called, traditional. So it didn't really make sense that some views were pushed on her, because from what I could tell, the family didn't really get too involved with the opinions of the child.
If there's no father around, that's when that shit happens.
Well, both parents were around, but they just didn't get too involved with the views of that child.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Maybe it was groomed online. That's not my problem. Thing is, that's a person that just struggles and doesn't. Like that girl don't even really want to swap gender, because it's enough of a struggle already as it is mentally. When like, I can't really put myself in those shoes, but it's like if I was in a woman's body now, that would be kind of fucked.
That's such a myth, though. It's such bullshit.
Well, it's a myth, but I shouldn't go with the assumption that everyone's lying either.
It's not that everybody's lying, it's that they've been brainwashed into believing this bullshit. That's the problem. It's not that they don't believe it. What the fuck are you doing, retard? They've been brainwashed into this bullshit. They've been brainwashed into
or not,
the
there's still a problem
ideology.
they're facing at that time.
No, but no, you don't understand. It's a societal thing. It's society
Well, yeah, it's
pushing
a
this
societal
bullshit.
thing, but still, even if it's pushed upon them as a child, if they were groomed into that, that's still an issue they're facing at that time. You see what I'm saying?
I'm just gonna disagree, because I think it's almost all bullshit. It's all societal bullshit based on basically propaganda and ideological bullshit.
Those bastards have overwhelmed the Bailey!
Yeah, sure, but I also make it clear that I don't really directly view a trans person as the gender they assign themselves. But it's just like I don't refer, and it's like make it legally binding to have to refer to people as to their preferred gender.
Wait, do you know who Yuri Brezhmenov is?
No.
All right, this was a Soviet KGB agent that defected to the United States in the late 70s or early 80s, right? He predicted everything that's going on right now. He said this is all done by design, that that the whole social construct, the destruction of the family, destruction of faith, was all done on purpose.
Oh yeah, sure.
And he's got it. And there's a whole interview of him with him. Look it up. I'll even post a link up. It's everything that he predicted in the 80s is happening. Every single thing.
Oh yeah, I could probably make predictions on the next 30, 40 years also.
God damn it.
The drawbridge is almost down. You
Well, to be fair,
to raise it back
No,
up.
he talks about the communist infiltration in the United States, purposely destroying faith, family, and societies. He talks about everything that's going on back in the 80s, and it's all coming true, every single bit of it.
Yeah, I think people that just know human psychology, that would are very familiar with human behavior, would know that this would happen because.
We can't let them get any closer. Keep
Well,
control of the courtyard.
it kind of is though, because people, like, you could make a pretty good assumption what would happen in the next 20, 30 years or whatever, because, well, it depends really, because
read the signs, but that's...
it just depends who fights, who wins what of different fights, like the right to repair stuff. So a lot of things are put on that. In general, the people having that has the most money, they want you to not own anything.
Oh, that's World Economic Forum thing right there.
Yeah, but fuck those. But who likes world? Why is that a thing even? Where do they get money from?
From the rich people that fucking sign up for that shit.
What? Oh man, if I was rich I wouldn't sign up for it. That's fucking brain rot, that World Economic Forum. Eat the bugs and shit. No, I'm not. I'm eating a cow. Fuck it, I'll eat the kids too. Fuck it. That tastes really good. The thing is, like, social construct or not, if someone are mentally ill, just, well, they are ill then.
Yeah, but I would
But still
argue that
people.
from a societal standpoint, we have created an environment where people are easily mentally ill. That we've created that environment for that to happen.
Depends what you define as mentally ill, because I think...
If you believe you're another gender and you had no other cause, you know, other than, you know, maybe your parents in, you know, the classroom fucking filling your head with bullshit, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, like, you could call that a mental disorder. So treat it as one then, like, even though it's not naturally developed, it's societal.
That's what I'm saying. This is a societal issue that was created by society, by a malevolent or a malicious society done on intent to destroy the West.
Your king is coming.
And that's why I'm saying treat it as a disorder, because that's pretty much what it is, regardless of what it derives from.
It was intentional.
Well, yeah, but
and
don't,
like I said,
don't hold it against those
Yuri
people
Brush.
who are ill.
Let me go find it real quick. If I can find it.
Just post it in the Discord. But yeah, don't hold things, like, don't hold things against the victims, like...
No, but the reality is these people aren't necessarily victims, right?
Well, no, if they, like, that's why I'm saying,
That's
if
what I'm
they're
saying,
fucking dicks, if they're dicks to me, like, get out. I don't wanna have anything to do with you. That's just how simple it is.
I think I fucking...
I don't care if the person is paralyzed from the neck down, or wearing a bunch of makeup and shit. Like, I don't care. If it's a good person, it's just a good person. If it's not, well, I'm not. Even, I don't care to have a conversation with them even.
It's not Brezhnev. Bezmenov. I can never remember.
Glory to Agatha! We shall triumph! Keep pushing them back!
Also, the fucking... Oh. the
I can always find it, but I can never spell his name right.
the culture of defining the personalities just based on mental disorders that half of the time isn't even real.
All right, here's.
I find that fucking annoying.
I'm gonna post the link to his full video, his full interview. What are you watching on?
What do you mean?
https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign your TV to TPW.
Yeah, I can just check it later. I'm gonna have to go to sleep, so I'm gonna wait all night.
This interview's about an hour long, and
then I'm
this
gonna check
guy
it tomorrow.
nails it. Absolutely nails what happened and what's going on. And the fact is, I think it's too late. And then there's also an 11-hour documentary I'm watching right now. It's really long. It's called Europa: Last Stand. And,
yeah, I honestly,
I'll be honest with you, it's fucking right-wing some bullshit, but and it's very biased and it's shit.
Yeah, I just think there has to be a middle ground. That the fucking very right-wing people are way
it's
fucking.
The facts that it lays out as far as like, I'll give you an example. It goes all the way from pre-World War I Europe and Germany, all the way through basically World War II in modern days, right? And it talks about like the real causes of World War II, why Germany attacked, right?
Yeah.
You know, why it invaded Poland, because Poland attacked Germany. A lot of people don't know that. And the same thing with France. France had already like invaded Germany.
Yeah, but invading France is just
II.
justified no matter what. It's
What's that?
in France. Fuck 'em.
Let's say that again.
If you invade France, it's just automatically justified no matter what. Who cares about the French? Fuck them. Go get them. Free game. Fuck France. I'm just joking, but yeah, it's like.
God damn it.
The thing is also.
No, I will say that documentary is very. It's like, dude, it's there's a lot of propaganda in it. It's a lot of like far right wing propaganda in it, but it gives an interesting storyline in history about, like, for example, in 1938, I believe the Jewish, what was it? It was the I can't remember the exact thing, but it was like the Jewish Zionist coalition or something declared war against Germany prior to World War II, and they declared war using financial. Okay, so keep in mind that prior to World War II, Germany was going through a Great Depression because of the unfair treatment, after the Treaty of Versailles, which completely fucked Germany, right?
Yeah, that's why the World War II handled it differently, so they didn't get
because like World War
ruined.
I, Germany didn't start World War I, and that's the thing. Is like people think Germany started World War I and started World War II. I'm like, that's not necessarily
who thinks
true.
That, though? Like, who think? I don't know. That's pretty stupid if people think that.
Well, people are stupid because they've been taught. Okay, just put it this way: the victor writes the history, right?
Yeah, so that has to be an American thing then. Like in school, basically, we got told like it's not quite known who was the actual perpetrator of World War I, but Germany basically took the blame.
No, we know exactly who started World War I.
Who was that then?
Yeah, it was the assassination of Duke Ferdinand. Was that what? Yeah, by a I want to say it was a
yeah, the assassination of the whatever. But either way, the moral of the story is that Germany just got the blame. The American school system is pretty fucked too, like in general, though.
Well, so I can get into the American school system too, because the American school system adopted the Prussian school system prior to World War One. So at the turn of the century, the United States had basically a single schoolhouse kind of education system, where you had a single teacher teaching multiple grades, right?
All
and
of
then
those prisoners
what
have been
happened
liberated. Brothers, reach the gate so that we may enter the village.
was that you would have older students training younger students on shit.
Yeah.
Right? So you teach multiple grades all in the same classroom.
Yeah, that doesn't.
And
that
that
doesn't work
system
now,
changed. That system changed with the Prussian school system. And the Prussian school system was fuck you, Archer. Fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, well, to be fair, both that had to be updated, but this one too has to be updated.
So that
now
started.
also.
The Prussian school system started after Napoleon, because what was happening during the Napoleonic Wars, it was very hard for countries to get their peasants to fight for them. Right? The peasants didn't want to fight for some, rich monarch or dictator or something.
That's why I didn't go into military. I don't know if I can putting my life in danger for some idiot in the chair, in an office chair on the phone.
I'm ready to enjoy this.
So what ended up happening was, God damn it, was the Prussia came up with a school system that they would train the peasants to read, write, and do math, right? In order to get them to train them to be good citizens, right? And it worked. It absolutely worked.
On me.
Shit.
I'm such a fucking degenerate now.
Right?
But
so,
it mostly worked.
The idea was to create nationalism, because during the Napoleonic Wars and wars prior to that, you had professional soldiers, right? The peasants wouldn't fight, right? They just wouldn't. And
it's fucking.
And if you did give a peasant a weapon, most peasants would turn around and drop their weapons and run.
Yeah.
Right?
The gate is down.
So in order to get the peasants to fight,
it's not my issue kind of thing, and I would agree. Like, if some rich guy has a problem with another rich guy, why should I take that fight for them?
Right. But if that rich guy is doing something for you, then you're more likely to back the rich guy, right? And that's exactly how the Prussian school system was created.
What are they doing for me? And
well,
I realized for a very long time ago, because the school is pretty fucking ass dog shit. Because it's not really to educate me, it's mostly to groom me into becoming a good citizen according to their view.
No. That was the thing, is you gotta understand, back prior to World War One, it was mostly peasants, right? And and serfs, and most of the peasants and serfs, guess what? They couldn't read, they couldn't write, they couldn't do math.
Yeah,
right?
that's
they were
true.
Basically just slaves,
Yeah,
serfs.
and now school is good in the sense of like general knowledge, like reading and stuff.
Right.
But
so
it's
but you gotta understand, that was a big deal. That was huge for a peasant.
Yeah, that was huge.
Right? That was a
but
big
now,
deal. So
now
if
it's
the
not as
king,
big of a deal.
No, but if the king or whatever was going to, teach our children how to, because he loved us, the king loves us and he wants us to succeed.
There are only a few captives left.
That creates that nationalism, right? To get peasants to fight for you in a war.
But now it's more easily like. Now like me, I can see through easily the actual intentions behind these things. It's not just to be kind that it's a service that's provided. Someone has to benefit from it for them to bother doing it.
Well, that's what I said, but that was the whole social contract, right? Because prior to that, peasants didn't have any power.
Yeah.
Peasants were basically slaves. They did nothing. But
and then they found out it's more beneficial for them, for the peasants to be educated.
So it was a win-win situation for the peasants, right? But then you take that scenario and you build upon it, right?
Yeah, the thing is...
But here's the thing, is you build upon it, you create a national identity where people are going to fight for your country, for your state, right?
Yeah.
And then when it came to the massive communists, when the communists came into power, right? They turned around and they promised equal everything. So if you were a peasant and didn't have anything,
Yes, we have
right?
freed
And you
all
could barely
of the
read or
prisoners.
write, well, if you joined this
forward!
group, you could overthrow the king
Take the
and you
bridge.
get
We must
everybody gets
cross
equal
into the
shit.
keep.
So if you didn't have anything to start out with, that's a great deal.
And the only reason that worked is because they were undereducated and didn't really understand. Because that shit would never pass nowadays, I think.
Well, no, because
People would be like, wait, what's the catch? I'm gonna get the same as you who control everything. What's the catch here?
no, but people are falling for it. People are falling for communism like crazy right now. They're absolutely falling for it.
I think there's like a vocal minority, kind of.
No, it's
people are
it's-
stupid, but the majority of people can't be that stupid.
they are. Sorry, the majority of people are that stupid.
I don't like people, but I don't want to think that it's even worse than I imagined. Because yeah, I know it's a pretty big community, at least online, that openly promotes communism. And I want to think that it's not a majority of it.
No,
I acknowledge that it exists,
so-
but it's like
yeah, but
it's
here's
just so...
here's what Lenin said, right? Lenin said, "Give me 4 years and I will sow the seed." And this is a rough quote, but he's like, "Give me 4 years and I will sow the seeds that will never be undone." Right? And what he was saying by that is, once the state has the power to educate and control education, they will basically create a system that, God damn it, that will never be undone. In other words, you indoctrinate the children, and Hitler did the same thing. Hitler was like, created the Hitler Youth. He could program them to be exactly what he wanted them to be. That originally came from the Prussian school system, which filtered into communism and Leninism, Marxist Leninism, where Lenin was basically saying, yes, give me your children, let me educate
Reach
them,
the gate,
and I
either by
will
force
educate
or from
them
the
for the
gatehouse.
state, for the community, for the greater good, right? Where the state controls what's going on.
Yeah,
right?
and now that's kind of, well...
And that's exactly where we're at.
Yeah, and it's... well, it's the part some communities is falling apart on because they can actually do their own research and find out a bunch of shit. Like,
to some degree, yes.
The CIA in the 60s was probably way more trusted than they are now. Now that we know so much of the dodgy stuff they do.
I'm gonna break.
Because back then they wouldn't get that information like we do now.
Well, that's, I mean, education, I've always said, is a great equalizer if you have true
but
education available to you. However, when everything is being curated, especially now by, fucking a bunch of ideologues in social media and the news, right? And at least in the United States, we've had, since the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s, where we had the sexual revolution, the cultural revolution, right? Ever since then, we've had a group that's controlling so much.
Yeah, it's just
and they
people.
control and manipulate so much.
We
that,
must free our champion. Use the cranks to open his cage.
Yeah, that's pretty common knowledge though. It's just a really small subsection of people that control basically the majority of everything. That's, well, what can be done? Yeah.
Well, so the idea behind that, damn, I fucking nailed that one. We've got, so McCarthy, I don't know if you're familiar with the story of McCarthy in the 1950s, right? There was a communist scare in the United States, and McCarthy was trying to basically blacklist people that were known communist. And, it kind of backfired, and teachers and professors were basically said, hey, you can't discriminate against communism, right? And all this. And so that's where tenure was allowed with colleges, where they were allowed to basically think what they want. God damn it, you fucking spazzing piece of shit.
That sounds good. Thinking what they want.
No, so basically you have a system set up where a teacher cannot be fired based on their political beliefs, which in practice that's not a bad idea. However, the problem with that is that really gonna walk right by me, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, I'm up. Okay. The problem with that is that allowed communism to infect higher education, right? College.
Yeah, so
and in the process of that, right? Communism is very specific about what it wants to do, how it wants to subvert a society, right? How it wants to take control.
Yeah, but the thing is, how are they gonna follow it through? Because it just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work in the long run, but it works initially, right? That's the problem.
Yeah, but that's why, like, people have to. It has to be a discussion about it. How are you gonna follow it through? Yeah, sure, you could give some equal money to people. Why would someone want a really hard to obtain job just to be paid just the same salary as someone working at McDonald's?
No, yeah, but you're looking at it from a logical mindset, right? That's not
yeah,
how it works.
that's
you know,
because
with
that's
with
what
the young
works.
with the young student, young students are fucking retarded. They'll believe whatever they want. You know, whatever they're told.
That's why you gotta have opposing views on from the teachers and stuff too.
So when you have a situation where you've got a bunch of young teenagers, you know, who are already rebellious by nature because of the hormones and everything else going through their body, right? That, you know, they're gonna rebel because that's what they do, right? But if you can convince them into a specific ideology, you know, oh, we're gonna make everything fair. They don't have the life experience to know that there's no way to make everything fair. The only way you can make everything fair is by force, right? And the only way you can do that by force is through death, right? I mean, no other society has killed people more than fucking communism.
Or dictatorships like North Korea.
I mean, communism is responsible for 50, 60 million deaths just in fucking Russia alone.
I actually kind of wonder how much is in North Korea. Like, just percentage-wise, I think North Korea is worse. But in sheer numbers, communism probably is worse.
There's no telling how many people that North Korea put to death. We have no idea on those numbers.
Yeah, that's why I say it probably isn't as many in sheer numbers, but percentage-wise, it's probably
we're talking probably
like
close to 1 billion people have been slaughtered based on an ideology, right?
Yeah.
Based on an ideology that we know fails in the long run. Everybody knows that ideology fails. Everybody knows that. Right? Except for the people that believe in it. Right? Because, you know, whatever.
I don't know why people...
You know, communism's great, it just hasn't been run properly. That's the excuse. It's just never been, you know, tried properly. That's their excuse. That it's a great system, but it's never been implemented
not tried properly,
well.
It just failed like a dozen times.
You know, and it's like every single case, communism is basically those that have, and there's just two classes. That's it, really. There's a ruling class and the people that don't.
You can't say it hasn't been tried. It's failed like a dozen times in history.
It's failed every time.
Yeah, every time, and that's all those times.
North Korea is a failed
to like
state.
a dozen. How are you gonna say a dozen times it was not properly tried?
China is basically a failed state. They're doing everything they can.
China is absolutely not communist. They're fucking capitalist as fuck.
No, but they have communist rules, and they've adopted some of the capitalism that works to their advantage. But the communist part of their country still rules, right? With an iron fist. In other words, if you're a billionaire, right, and you create a billionaire tech company, you better toe that line. If you don't toe that line, you disappear.
Yeah,
regardless of how much money you have.
I've seen that shit.
And that has already happened. There's been several tech giants in Chinese tech that have disappeared. You know, they got too powerful. They got too big. So, you know, even though communism uses capitalism, there's still, at least in China, it's not a capitalist country in any way, shape, or form. They're getting to a point now where their social credit score is to the point that if you don't toe that line, you can't travel, you can't fly, you can't...
I mean, to be fair, you have financial credit score in the US.
Yeah,
and I think both are shit. I don't like it.
Not in a social credit score way.
No, it's not as bad, but it's still bad, and I wouldn't want it in my country.
What are you doing? What are you people doing?
They're just bad at
breathing. What are you idiots doing? Seriously, I just got wrecked by my own team.
Yes.
I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
They were just messing around. It picked you up and beat you back down again. That was kind of funny. It is what it is. But yeah, communism just. But the thing is, I don't think it's even necessarily their youth. I think that it's just some people aren't capable of logical thinking. Because you see people well into adulthood that aren't capable still.
I can't believe retards are fucking censored in this game.
It's... I don't know why it's deemed such a mean slur. It's like...
Yeah, I just fucking leave that fucking server. Fuck them. Fucking retards. Lose on your own.
Yeah, it was kind of funny to, when they got you down after getting up, but...
I'm like, what the fuck are you
From full HP,
doing?
that's kind of bullshit.
I'm like, okay.
You gotta do it when they're low.
It's like... You know, and I am a top fragging motherfucker. I top frag map after map, and these idiots are like, oh, fuck you.
Well, you are level 507, so...
And? That doesn't mean anything. I mean, I'd be like closer to 800.
To be fair, there are some
if
people
epic,
that are god-awful and more well over level 200 because they're just playing horse.
You know, and in all fairness, dude, I took like a couple of months several times in this game off. Didn't even play it.
Yeah, it was just trolls. I don't think too hard about it.
Anyway. God damn it. People are fucking retarded. I hate people.
Oh, me too. I'm bitter already. I'm like a bitter old man yelling at the TV watching news.
Dude, you should watch that documentary. I think I put a link. Did I put a link in there?
Yeah, in politics chat by the full.
No, the big one, the 11-hour one.
Oh. 11 hours?
It's 11 hours, dude. It goes through pre-World War One, through World War One, like world politics and everything. Post World War One, pre World War II Germany, through the war, and then post. I'm in the post end of it now, and it's a bit racist and a bit biased as fuck. And I will tell you straight up, there is some far right wing propaganda in it. However, if you look at the facts and the date of the things that they talk about, right? They're legit. They do have legitimate questions. You know,
Yeah,
the documentary praises Hitler, and it's almost a joke because I'm watching this going, oh, Jesus Christ, come on, man. You know, and they turn him out to be the saint, right? And I get it. I get what they're trying to do, but that doesn't really help them out, right? It's like, show the facts, show the dates of the events that caused, you know, point A, point B, and point C. Because, like, you know, some of the things that Hitler did to restore Germany back to power is he kicked out all the bankers. He did. He kicked out all the bankers. He said, fuck you people. We're going to create our own Deutschmarks. We're going to put people to work. You know, now, he was very socialist, right? But it was a national socialism. I'm not a fan of that. I'm still very much a capitalist.
It's very few people that are a fan of. The thing is, like,
it's interesting
they're kind of dumb to make that so clear because it limits their reach. But also, we shouldn't just dismiss them because they have crazy views, because there's still a discussion to be had.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And the problem is that you can't talk a lot about it because it's about a specific race and how they control so much information, right?
Yeah,
they own the banks, they own the news media, they own every form of entertainment. They can control what you are watching, your information that you're observing. And it's interesting that they go back and show like the number of banks prior to World War II, who was owning them. They even go to the United States and the Federal Reserve, right? Which a lot of people don't understand. The Federal Reserve is not a government entity at all. It's a privately owned bank that manages the United States money for the Congress, right? And the problem is that the Constitution was very specific about money. Congress is the only ones that could allocate money. Congress was the only ones that could print money, and it had to be backed by gold. And that was set in the Constitution. Woodrow Wilson is the motherfucker that allowed the creation of the Federal Reserve. And I could go deep into that shit, you know, about how basically our Woodrow Wilson sold out the United States to bankers and corporations.
All countries have some people they can't fucking stand.
And they did that all at the same time. So not only did we sell out the United States currency, right? We also changed the education system because around the turn of the century, in the early 1900s, we adopted, guess what I talked about before? We adopted the Prussian school system, right? And we had the teachers union was created in the early 1900s. And on top of that, guess what else got rolled out? Women's suffrage, known as first wave feminism.
The first wave was fine, but now it's stupid.
But here's the thing, is if you go back and you read like the writings of women who were against the right to vote, the majority of women in the United States were absolutely against it. And do you know why they were against it? Because they recognized...
It was a different time with a different social construct.
Well, no. They were against it because they recognized that it would be a potential destruction of the family, right?
Well, yeah, that's because I'm saying a different social construct then.
Yes.
Now, in the case now, it's kind of like, now it's very different. Now it's just, now they should vote. Now it's not even possible to have a housewife. It's just not financially viable.
But okay, so going back to that is part of the Communist Manifesto, right? I mean, dude, this
that annoys me because
this documentary I keep talking about,
they keep saying, oh, people's income is so much higher, standard of living is so. No, it fucking isn't. People were able to sustain a fucking household with one person in the house working working. Good luck doing that now.
So
that's not happening.
So I'm gonna put the link to this documentary, and it's rough to watch. It really is. I mean, I'm pretty and it's 11 hours long. It's crazy how long it is, and there's a lot of propaganda in it. I'm smart enough I could recognize it and go, oh man, oof, that's rich. But it brings up a bunch of interesting things that we should be able to talk about. We should be able to go question this, right?
Yeah, I don't know why it's been pushed away, because suppressing communication has never done anything good for either side.
But it actually has like an hour-long chapter on the Holocaust. That one's really rough to watch because they claim it never really happened.
That's kind of stupid.
Well, hang on. I mean, they have valid points, right?
Well, it didn't happen. That's false, but it might have been.
Let me explain.
But I agree that it might have been exaggerated.
So no, I think it was completely exaggerated for sure.
But it did happen also.
But no, wait, hang on, slow down. So their argument is that that there were no gas chambers that were used. Well, hang on, hear me out. And they go through it step by step. It's pretty interesting. They say that the gas chambers were used for delousing, right? Because typhus was the leading killer of the people during the Holocaust, right? He said that there's no way that they could have mass gassed that many people at that rate when they're talking like 4 to 6 million people, right? In 4 years. Keep in mind, it only, the Holocaust only happened technically over about 4 years, right?
Well, they didn't gas all of them.
Well, I know that.
I'm saying,
what they're saying is that
exaggerated.
And so I would argue that yes, the Nazis putting a bunch of people in concentration camps, starving them, making them work slaves. Yes, you cram that many people together in a tight space, with limited food and limited, starvation, all this other shit. Yeah, there's going to be lice. There's going to be rats. There's going, you got tens of thousands of people crammed into this fucking camp, and you're not feeding them, and you're not getting, and the sanitary conditions are shit. Yeah, diseases like cholera and all this shit are going to happen. But they're saying that this documentary is saying the majority of deaths during the Holocaust were caused by typhus.
Yeah, and that might be the case.
And that the ovens, right, for the cremation ovens were there to just basically get rid of the bodies of the people that died of typhus to.
Yeah, that's exactly why they had the ovens. Anyone who died got burned to ashes.
Yes, right. So that's, I mean, and they bring up some interesting things that I believe you should be able to question. If these, the people that are pushing this, because I remember when I was a kid, we were taught it was 8 to 12 million people died during the Holocaust. That's what I was told.
I thought it was about 6.
So then it got lowered to 8, then it got lowered to 6, then it got lowered to 4, and so right now the estimate is 4 to 6, right? We don't really have any numbers, right?
Yeah, it's just estimates.
They talk about well, the Nazis had all these shoes piled up and they shaved everybody's head, and it's like, okay, so, and I'm not excusing their treatment. I'm not making
nobody
excuses.
Is doing that, but yeah, I can agree on that the estimate is way off.
Yeah, their argument is saying that, well, all these people that were being shipped from all over Europe and Poland and everywhere else, well, they're being shipped in boxcars. They said lice was rampant, so that's why they were shaving everybody's head, was to get rid of the lice, that they would shave their head, shave their pubic areas, so that, that was a cure for lice, which technically that is true, right?
Yeah.
If there's a massive lice infestation, right, there's chemical treatments, but you can also shave the head, and guess what? The lice go away, right? So there's that, right? And so, I think it. And then you've got testimony from the Red Cross, you've got testimony from the Vatican, and other sources that were saying, no, this didn't happen in the way that they're describing, right? So I think it's legit that you can ask these questions. I'm not denying that it didn't happen. Obviously, millions of people died.
I think we're discussing
died.
Something we already have a pretty similar.
Yeah, but it's like, you should be able to say, wait a minute, if you're going to make this claim that 6 million people died in a 4-year span, right? And just start doing the math, right? So 6 million divided by 4 years, right? Divided by, I think there's like 37 or 40 some camps, right? So let's just ballpark it, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to have specific numbers. Absolutely. I think we'd all love to have specific numbers. We don't have specific numbers. But if you're going to make that claim that, 8 million people died in 4 years, right? That's 2 million people a year died. 2 million people a year died, which means that's 2 million people.
4 years.
So that's 1 million people dying every 6 months, right? So there's that. So then break it down by month. You could break it down by hour, right? Like and by minutes. It's literally breaks down to like 1,000 people need to die every 10 minutes, right, or something like that. It's been a while since I did the math.
Very, very well might be exaggerated because you also see the statistics of the Jewish population post in pre-war.
Yeah, but even
it doesn't really add up.
That's true too. So if you look up the estimated Jewish population pre-World War II, it's nowhere near 8 million people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I've always been pretty sure the estimate is way off, and I don't know where they got it from.
A bunch of people expatriated to the United States. A bunch of them left to go to Israel. I mean, there's just legitimate questions that I think should be questioned and researched and go, hey, this doesn't make sense. Please make sense of this. I'll believe you if you can back it up with some evidence. And
the thing is, with a lot of these things, it makes actual no sense to be lying about the statistics. Everyone already knows that it was
everybody knows it
really
happened.
bad.
Everybody
the Holocaust.
knows it was horrible. Everybody knows it was horrible.
Like the fact that it was over twice as much estimate than the fact that it wasn't even half of what they said the estimate were, even though they're well aware of that it's not the actual number.
Yeah.
If 1 million people die, it's 1 million people. If 6 million people, if they just say 6 million people die, even though 1 million died, that doesn't make them undead, and it doesn't make us dislike the actions even more if they say 6 million.
But see, the problem is if you talk about it, and I'm on YouTube right now, so there's a good chance this YouTube channel, my YouTube, I'll get a strike on it because I'm daring to talk. I'm just asking questions. I would legitimately love to know.
It's under TOS, so they should not be able to take a strike there.
Yeah, it's like I'm not a Holocaust denier. I obviously I think it happened. But here's the other thing: is what? How come we never hear about the American atrocities after World War II when the camps are liberated? And the German people were put in the camps, right?
Because
how do we not talk about Dresden?
The winners write the history books.
Yeah, exactly.
And it makes them look bad, so they just don't want to mention it.
Absolutely. And the United States and Britain, they firebombed Dresden, and I think a couple of other cities, but Dresden's the big one. Dresden was a German town. There was no military infrastructure there. There was nothing worth attacking in Dresden. It was a civilian town, and
and of course they don't want to say that because that's a bad look.
On purpose. And this is at the end of the war when they knew the war was won. And Churchill went in and firebombed the fuck out of Dresden and burned it to the ground, and they're estimating 200,000-300,000 people were burned alive, something like that. It's like an insane number, and it's like, well, we're gonna punish the Germans, make sure this never happens again. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of.
And it's
the thing is the only reason that it's not mentioned is because it puts them in a bad light. Of course, they don't want it to be known.
Yeah, it's and like I said, the sad part is that if you question this, all of a sudden I'm anti-Semitic. I'm not. It's like I have nothing against Jewish people. I could care less.
If some moron makes a claim that I'm anti-Semitic or whatever, I just laugh at them and say, okay, well, your definition where is way different than the one on the dictionary.
Yeah, but the other thing too is like I don't think there's any race or any situation that you cannot make fun of, right? I'm of the old school comedy thing that there's nothing sacred. You can make fun of everything, anything, everything.
Yeah,
whatever.
I agree there.
And so I have no problem making jokes. That doesn't mean that I want people dead. That doesn't mean I hate a specific race or a group of people. No.
Yeah, but people don't actually know what racism really is.
They
I don't understand how they can be that limited.
The population has been dumbed down on purpose. That was part of the education stuff I was talking about earlier. They have been dumbed down on purpose.
The thing is also, most of what they call racial conflict is mostly just cultural conflict.
Well, it's class conflict.
Yeah,
so
class conflict and cultural
It's actually
conflict.
class conflict that is conflated
there
to
are
be
people
racist.
that come into a country with different views, and they keep those views and try to live by those views, even if it isn't socially applicable where they come to.
Well, there's the old thing, like, when in Rome, act as the Romans do, right? So
Yeah,
but the
that's
problem
what I'm saying.
is you've got politicians that, okay, so I'll put it this way. I am not a big fan of religion across the board, right?
Me neither.
I'm not.
I don't like it.
I think that I think if any religion needs a reformation, it's Islam. Islam needs a reformation hardcore.
Yeah,
right?
it's a reason there's so much riots and shit in the Middle East from the hijabs and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with Islam that even Islam doesn't want to address. They don't want to address it.
Because of the internet, and people are more informed, and the women realize that they should have more rights and be on equal ground as a man.
But you realize that back in the 60s, go look up like Tehran. Go look up images of Tehran in the 1960s. Tehran was a booming economy. Women were running around in shorts and shirts and no hijabs, nothing. They were running around like everybody else, like, modern day. Tehran was one of the most modern societies in the 60s at the time. And religious fundamentalists took over and basically, and don't get me wrong, the United States had its fair share of bullshit that it introduced. And so I don't blame a lot of Islam's hate against America. I get it. I understand it.
Well, I would be pissed off if America just decided to bomb us because of some fucking leaders also.
Yeah. So I
it's
get
like,
that.
what the fuck are you bombing me for?
Yeah. But if you look at Islam's pretty based, and I'm kind of cool with that. But at the same time, the fundamentalists, they're already invading Europe. They're already doing it, and they already know it. They're abusing the system.
Views are the worst within Islam.
Which one?
Islam has the worst extremist views. It's actually
the extremism is where it's really dangerous, and they've already and this is, the politicians have allowed this, but they're already basically invaded Europe. And like I said, 10 years ago, I made the prediction. I said France will be the first Islamic state in the EU. And it's progressing a lot faster than even I thought. I thought we had another maybe 20 years.
Paris,
no, it's...
Isn't Paris filled with homeless people and shit now?
Yeah. But I think London's next. And I may switch.
Either London or Sweden. Both are fucked.
Yeah, because the number one birth name for boys in England is Muhammad.
It might be the same in Sweden now, actually.
Yeah, and I would venture to say it's probably the same in Germany too.
I don't know too much about Germany, but Sweden, I know it's really bad. Last year was a big riots in Sweden, and I don't even remember. Oh, it was because someone was burning the Quran and stuff.
Yeah.
In protest.
Yeah.
Thing is, it's fully within his legal rights because he bought that Quran. It's his property. He can do whatever he wants. But because they think it's worth more than whatever paper it is, they get so emotionally attached and invested.
Well, I mean,
and then they fucking they don't even handle the problem. They fucking start doing vandalism, and there wasn't any political leader in that area.
They drew a bunch of cartoons about Muhammad bombing people, and a bunch of cartoons, and a bunch of people died.
Yeah, it's like some guy who doesn't like Islam did this piece on some wall oh, I'm gonna riot this entire city down to, gonna burn this city down.
Yep, and it's unfortunate, and it's kind of the reverse here. We don't have the Islamists here. I mean, they're here, but it's nowhere near as bad as it is in Europe right now. And I'm watching, and then on top of that, you've got all these sub-Saharan African people flooding, Turkey, Italy, all these Southern European states are being flooded by sub-Saharan people that have no skills. They barely speak English, if they do at all. They have no marketable skills. They have no place to go. There's no jobs for them, and most of them are of military age men. So what happens? What do you call it when you have illegal immigration of nothing but military age men? Virtually no women, no children. You've got a standing army. You've got a literal standing army. Now, here's the other thing too to consider. If you flood any country with basically, young men, that's going to outnumber men to women in general. And any time that there's an imbalance of gender from female to male, the competition for females becomes overwhelming. So that's why you see this rape culture, because sub-Saharan Africans, they're and I'm being very stereotypical here, depending on the country, but rape is a culture. That's part of their culture.
Yeah, it is a culture,
and it's
you can even
it's
see it in the fucking the privacy shit.
Yeah.
That's a fucking rape culture. You heard about the Tesla stuff with the cars that was spying on people?
Yeah. With
the cameras. How is it not a rape culture when it's acceptable for them to share private images from the cars parked in their garage?
Yeah.
How is that not a rape culture when that's acceptable?
I don't know if I want to go that far with that.
I would, because they absolutely
I get
disregard
your point. No, I get it.
I get it. Aspect of their privacy.
I get it. I can't.
And that's the kind of person that
I can't go that far though. I can't call that a rape culture, because to me, rape is physical violence. Is a sexual violence of taking power and control from somebody through sexual means.
To be fair, rape is a act of violence, not really sexual. It's more of a violent crime.
No, but it's done through sex, right?
Yeah, it's done through sex. But I will classify it as a crime of violence.
Yeah, I want to be very, very specific about that, right?
The thing is, it's the mindset I'm talking about. It's in their mind. It's okay for them to completely disregard every single.
But that's a cultural thing, right? Where it's like,
and that's why I'm saying it's just the mindset. It's not actual rape. It's the mindset. It's the rape mentality.
Right.
For them, it's okay to completely invade their privacy. It's completely okay for them to share without consent their private moments.
I get it, but I can't.
In their private property.
I can't go that far with digital content. I can't. I mean, if you want to go surveillance state, I would be with you better. I can't.
Yeah, but it kind of is surveillance state. It's people who.
But I can't say that like
has not
hacking
complied with the. It even went against their own terms of service. If you have a car and you park it in the garage and it films the room 24/7, and then they think it's okay for them to share if you go out to the car naked. And then they screenshot it and share it around the office and think it's some kind of joke. That's complete interference with your.
Yes, but I can't. That's a surveillance state. That's not a rape culture. See, that's what I'm saying. I want to be very specific about those wording.
It's not. I don't say it's rape. It's just the mindset.
No, but you're saying that it was part of rape culture, and I'm going no. It's a surveillance culture.
It's similar
and the
disregard of a person's privacy.
Yeah, but rape is violence, dude. It's not.
Yeah, it's a crime of violence.
Taking someone's photo without them knowing about it and then posting it in the office.
Oh, it's not taking someone's photo. It's taking a photo.
It's not violence. There's no violence behind it. right? There's no force
it's the
behind
mindset.
it.
It's the mindset of this person's rights.
No,
I can
get
violate.
that. That's what I'm saying. That's I like I said, I think that's a surveillance culture issue, not a rape culture. That's why I'm so strong against the wording that you used, because I cannot tie someone using a webcam or a digital cam.
Would you agree it's similar if you just disregard the violence aspect?
No, I'm not going to disregard, because that's what I'm saying. It's very specific. Rape is very specific, right? So
yeah, rape is very specific.
It's a violence through sexual means, and it's all about control.
I'm not saying it's
like
a crime of rape. I'm just saying it's the same
of
disregard
culture, and I'm like,
other person's
no,
rights.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to give you some pushback on that. Like I said, if you said it was a surveillance state and a problem with the surveillance state, I would be with you 100%.
It's not a surveillance state. It's not a state. It's Tesla, a private company, and
I get that. But
in their EULA, it doesn't even mention any of that. So they completely violate their own rule set.
Again, I get that, but I can't describe that as a rape culture, right? That's a huge leap, dude. That's where I'm giving you the pushback. It's like, I agree with you. I think it's a surveillance issue. I think it's a terms of service issue against their own policy. That I agree with. I'm with you on it. But to try to say that's the same thing as a rape culture,
wrong state.
No, that's not even close to rape culture.
Yeah, maybe not rape culture, but it's a mindset of a rapist.
It's a
mindset. They have the same disregard of other people's privacy.
No, because there's just simple pervs that just
they violate.
Hey, look, there's a naked chick with boobies on the screen. I don't think
yeah,
that's
but it's
the
a
same
difference
mindset.
if you see a naked chick with boobies on the screen, and it's like,
dude,
oh shit, I'm not supposed to see that, and then you close it. It's a different thing when you see it, and you're like, oh, I take a picture of this, even though it's against this woman's consent, and they even on the EULA they signed on. It states that they cannot do that thing.
I know. I just can't. I can't. No, because I think
it's like the mind of someone who completely disregards the.
But that's just disregarding. That's not the same as rape, dude. That's kind of what I'm getting at. If words are going to have power and meaning, they have to have definition, right? And to equate, someone, basically a peeping Tom and sharing,
not action.
It doesn't matter.
I really think that a rapist has a similar view. Just the difference is that they are a violent person.
No, because people have a natural curiosity to look on stuff they're not supposed to look at.
Yeah, but the difference is when they violate their privacy and then screenshot it, share it with the people around them.
So are you going to say hackers are rapists? So if a hacker
that's not even hacking, though.
No, stop. No. I'm going with your logical train of thought. So if a hacker goes in and hacks someone's cell phone and gets all their nudie pictures, and then
that's
posts
not
them
even
online,
as bad. That's not even as bad because those pictures were taken. It's just that it was not consensual that it was shared.
Yes.
The pictures that I'm talking about now is not even consensual that it was taken.
No, wait. If a hacker goes in and steals someone's photographs and then posts them online, is that rape culture? Because they captured the images
that's not
without
rape
consent.
culture, but that I would say it's a mentality of a rapist. That kind of person, I wouldn't be surprised for a second if I had done such a crime.
Oh God, no. I'm gonna completely disagree with you on that one, because
that's fine.
Because
I'm not saying it's the same crime. I'm just saying those people's mentalities are very similar. The difference is the violent aspect of the.
Dude, there's no way I can make that comparison. There's no way, because it's a huge leap to go to someone going, "Ooh, look, I'm sharing some photos that got kind of stolen," versus
it's not even
I'm gonna
stolen.
rape you. That's huge.
Picture someone
close.
Having a zoom camera far away and zooming through a window and seeing someone naked and then spreading that around.
It doesn't matter the distance. It doesn't matter how it was captured.
Really really fucking.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying there's a huge difference between someone
Yeah, it's a huge
taking
difference
digital
between a
images and
It's a huge difference, but I'm not saying. I'm not saying it's the same.
Rape. That's huge. And to say that that has the same mentality is not even close, because most rapists have this thing about power and control. That's someone that
Well, they
says,
couldn't have
"Oh, look, I found
power
some
and
naughty
control
images
over
of my
another person's
ex-girlfriend.
data.
Here, take a look." That doesn't equal rape, dude. I mean, God.
Well, you
no.
can imply this aspect of power also, because they
No,
might have
there could be no
get
power
a bit
whatsoever.
going because they have such a power of their personal data.
No, it doesn't even have to. No. People do not go, "Ooh, I'm gonna have power with that person." They're more like, "Ooh, look, I found some boobies. Check it out." It's literally that simple. It's
well,
not
it
even.
really
that's
didn't
not
seem
rape.
like that when I read about the Tesla stuff. It was only 2 of the employees that thought it was kind of weird.
But to say,
And
I get that.
And
I
that's
get
a
that.
culture of accepting
So they got
complete
2
violation
employees
of
that
a
are
person's
a
privacy.
bit pervy, right? And they broke their terms of service, and they illegally, got images and video of someone running around their garage naked or whatever. Right?
And
that's fine. I get that.
And sharing
but to say, sharing it. But to say that equals rape. Not even close. Not even, and to say that equals the same mentality.
It's not the same act. I've never said it was the same act.
No, you said it was.
I'm just saying.
Well, initially you did. Initially you said no.
No, I'm saying it's the same mindset. It's
that
the
it was the
complete
same as
disregard
rape.
of the
You
victims.
said it was rape culture. You said it had the same mentality as rape culture. That was your exact
and that
words.
doesn't mean it's the same act. I'm just saying the mentality is very similar. It's a complete disregard of the victim.
But it's not. No. It's not. It's not at all. Because people have a natural curiosity for the naughty, and they want to share it. They're like, "Oh, look what I found." That
but the
does
thing
not
is, they are
equal rape, dude. That's not
completely aware
even
of the legal
close.
stance, and they're completely aware that they're breaking the law, and they're completely aware that they fully violate the other person.
People break the law by going faster than the speed limit, and they know they're going faster than the speed limit, and they do it anyway. Is that rape culture? Are they raping the road?
Crime.
Are they raping the state because they're driving too fast? I mean, come on,
no,
man.
This is a similar thing of misdemeanor and the actual federal crime. And I'm not saying it's the same act, but
even
rape
that is probably not a federal crime.
Way
slow down. Stealing people's images and sharing them is probably not a federal crime at all. It's a violation
hacking into a phone and then taking their images.
Well,
that's
if you're
a crime, but
that
it's not nearly as bad as giving a product. Then have the sign of something that states that they cannot utilize such surveillance, and then they do it anyway. And not only that, they don't just see it; they share it.
But that's
so
not,
they then publicize pornography.
But
that's not consensual.
That's not rape culture, dude. It's not even close. It's not even the same mentality. It's not even. Trust me, dude. There's a dramatic difference between someone that's going to find some nudie pictures and share it and go, "Ooh, look what I found. Check this out," right? Versus, "I'm going to rape you because I want power and control over you."
All laws and any respect of the person's privacy.
Yeah,
it's
but that's not rape, dude. That's not the same. It's not even close.
I'm not saying it's rape. I'm saying
you said it was the same mentality as rape culture.
Because they both completely disregard the victim.
Dude, there's a lot of
and they're
crimes.
both fully aware that they're doing something wrong.
Dude, there's a lot of crimes that people disregard the privacy and integrity of their victims. There's a shit ton of crimes. Murder will do that. Is murder the same as rape culture? No.
Well, that's even worse. That's even fucking worse.
So if someone's gonna steal a bank account or do money fraud, they know they're illegal. They know they're doing something illegal, right? Is that rape culture?
The thing is,
come on, it's just not, dude. It's just not. It's not the same.
Thing is, where are you gonna draw the line?
The line is
someone stealing a sandwich the same as someone who's robbing a bank? Both are robbing. It's like.
So are you gonna say that robbing a sandwich is bank theft culture? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Come
it's
on,
both.
man.
It's both are
Come on.
both are defined as a as they're robbing a sandwich. So they're both thieves. But what I'm saying is,
It's
where
just
are
the
you gonna
amount.
draw
It's
the
just
line?
the amount of how much they have to steal. Come on, man.
What I'm trying to say is the lines are
admit
blurred.
that you overstepped
Lines
on that
are
one.
really
You
blurred.
overstepped on that one.
You're a thief, no matter how little or much you steal. You're still labeled a thief.
Right, but that's not rape culture.
Well, no.
But you
I'm not saying murder is rape
you
culture
disregarded the victim's civil rights. You disregarded the victim's privacy. You disregarded all that.
Yeah, and
Is
the
that rape culture
differing
now?
factor, the differing factor would be the violent aspect. So yes, I'm not saying it's the same, but I'm saying the aspect of the complete disregard of the victim is a similar thing.
No, it's
But
not. There's
I'm
so
not
many
saying
crimes.
that they're rapists.
There are so many crimes that have complete disregard for the victim. Complete disregard. Shoplifting, complete disregard for the victim.
Not for the privacy aspect.
Yes, same thing.
Shoplifting, the
yes,
privacy.
Sure.
That doesn't violate the privacy of the shop owner.
Why not? If somebody, let's say a shop owner has some private things behind the counter, and somebody steals that, and it's got private information about the shop owner, they didn't know it, but they steal it anyway, and because they're shoplifting in general, right? Then they happen to get some personal information on the store owner, while they were shoplifting. Does that make it violent? Does that make it the same mentality as rape? I mean, come on.
I'm not saying that it was a crime of violence, the surveillance thing.
I get what you're saying, dude. I'm
not saying it's
specific
remotely the same level of crime, and I'm not saying it should be
looked at as a
rape crime. I'm just saying that it's a rape mentality because of the privacy they completely disregard, knowingly disregard.
Dude, almost every crime is that way. Almost every crime has a complete disregard for the victim. Almost every crime.
Well, yeah, but it depends on how it's disregarding the victim.
It doesn't
if you
matter.
kill someone,
It
which is probably among the worst, that's a complete disregard of any aspect of the victim or anyone close.
So is murder rape culture then?
The heartbeat.
Is murder rape culture?
Is the murder, but it
wait,
very well
rape,
might lead to it because
rape is
people...
murder culture.
What? Well, I didn't hear what you said.
I said maybe maybe rape is murder culture. The same mentality as murder culture.
It's not really, but it's kind of quick to turn into murder because of the violent aspect of it.
Man. No,
I don't think
I'm
you
sorry,
can get what I'm trying to get at.
Very specific about terminology, because once you start muddying that water, right?
I've never said it was rape.
No,
I'm
you
saying
said
it
it
was
had the
of the
same
mind.
mentality. You said it was the same mentality as rape culture. And I'm going, no fucking way in hell is that the same. Not even close. Because if some
a culture where it's accepted to completely violate a person's privacy, disregarding own written terms of service, and then breaking the law.
That's just criminality, dude. That's not rape culture.
It would technically make them a producer also of the pornography that was non-consensual and publish it privately.
That's not rape culture. It's not.
It's not.
It's not even the same mentality as rape. Because I guarantee
it might have been wrong of me to say culture, but
no, you said it was the exact. You said it was the exact same mindset as rape culture. That's what you said, and you said it had complete disregard to the victim.
It might be a bit of a stretch to say culture.
That's what I was saying.
But it's the mindset
stretch.
It's the mindset of a rapist.
No, it's not the same at all, because you could have some nerd who has never even had sex with somebody, but he's in a position of like, hey, look, there's a screen, some titties. Hey, Bill, check this out. Look, here's some pictures of some titties.
Yeah, and if they completely...
That's not rape culture!
If it's a surveillance camera and they have completely disregarded their own standards...
Name me a crime that doesn't do that.
Not even do they just look at it, they save it and publish it.
Name me a crime that doesn't do that. Name me a crime that pays respect to the victim. There isn't one. That's why they call it crime.
Well, yeah. The thing is, it's not the same if you rob a sandwich or kill someone. That's not the same.
Exactly. It's
But
not even
the
close. It's not even the same mentality.
The
It's not
state
even
of
the same
mind
mentality.
behind something. It's like, oh, I'm horny. I'm gonna disregard this person's civil rights and then rape them. And it's or some nerd who's like, oh, I'm horny. I'm I got access to these cameras on this product through the company. I'm gonna screenshot this shit and
That's not the same as rape. It's just not. It's not even close. It's not even close to the same mentality. Rape is a violent power struggle through sexual means.
Yeah.
It's not even
means.
the same thing.
And
So some
the
nerd,
thing I'm saying is that
who's
the
like,
factor that differs is the violent aspect. Both are sexual in nature.
yeah, but that's not rape. That's
I'm not
rape
saying it
at
was
all.
rape.
No, you said it was the same mentality. It's
Well,
not.
yeah, it's the same mentality.
No,
The
it's
differing
not.
aspect
No,
is
it's
the violence.
not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Dude, no.
Both derive from a sexual
Rapist
need or
is
desire,
all about
not need,
power and
because they
control.
don't need it.
No, rapist is about power and control through sexual violence. That's rape. What you described about stealing some photographs and sharing it is not even close to that. It's not even in the same ballpark.
So big corporations don't collect data based on.
Of course they collect
power.
data.
Based on power. It's not based on power at all.
No, they just want to make money on the data. I don't know if they. Now, I would say that some social.
How
media
about government
aspects,
then? Is that for money or power?
No, government's definitely for power. I think.
That's why I'm saying, it can also derive a sense of power from the control over the data of another person.
So now our governments, mentally rape culture. Is that what you're trying to say?
Maybe, like, they might even be. If they fucking spy on me while I take a shower and jerk off to that, that's fucking weird. That's pretty... The thing is, it's not rape.
Dude, I love you, but you're so wrong on this issue. You're so wrong.
I'm saying it's a similar mind. It's a similar frame of mind.
It's not. I promise you it's not. It's not even close.
I swear, if someone does that to me, I will just say, if I catch someone do that to me, I say, you're a fucking rapist, we're too much of a coward to actually do a violent crime. That's pretty much it. They're just cowards. It's like rapists are fucking losers.
I understand.
And then there's those people who try to satisfy their sexual desires, who are too much of a coward to actually commit a violent crime.
Okay, you do understand, right, that human nature is based in curiosity? You do understand that, right?
Yes, but you also have to
stop.
Moral.
No. I'm not even talking anything about morals or anything. The natural instinct for humans is to be curious, right?
Yeah,
and we will look at things. Wait, stop. Listen, we will look at things and we will share them because we want someone else to go, look at this, right? I mean, the memory is all about
legal
that,
or not,
right? It's like, look what I found. Take a look at this. What do you think, right?
Yeah, but if you let that guide you, even though you know it's absolutely not lawful to, I'm not saying.
I didn't say it was lawful.
Curiosity, if they see something, it's like, oh, you can't see that, now you've broken law. It's not that, but if they knowingly, it's in their fucking contract with the customer,
you're acting like
that
they're devious, going,
cannot.
I'm breaking the law. No, they're not doing that. I guarantee you, they're not.
They're not laughing. But they're very well aware that they're breaking the law.
And they're probably too stupid to even know they're breaking the law. They're probably just going, "Oh my God, look, titties on a screen, dude! Check this out, titties on a screen."
It doesn't matter that they're
simple.
too stupid.
It's not. That doesn't equal rape culture. It just doesn't.
Well, if they're that stupid, they should absolutely not have the clearance to access the people's private.
How do you think tabloid magazines are created? Tabloid magazines are created because people love gossip. They love curiosity. They want to stick their nose in other people's business. It's just human nature. No, can human nature be illegal? Absolutely. But to sit there
I'm
and
not
say
saying it's illegal to be. Oh shit. Oh fuck. And then it's like, that's it. The thing is, they know that it's in the end user license agreement with the customer that they cannot.
Do you really think that that even crossed their mind? Do you really think that?
I absolutely do because
stop. Or do you think that maybe some nerd sitting behind a computer goes, "Oh shit, titties! Hey buddy, check this out."
Do you know how bad it was? Do you know how bad it was there?
I'm sure it got worse, but I'm telling you, that's probably how it started. It probably started fairly innocently, and people are like going, "Holy shit, check this out! We can see this, dude. Check this out!" And the other guy goes, "Holy shit, wow! Hey, hey, buddy, check this out!" And then it got shared. You know, and I'm not saying it's right. I'm not excusing it.
Do you know how far that got in the company, like the culture?
It probably got spread pretty far.
It got so far that people who were funny and stuff with the fucking pictures and stuff they stole, and they used through spying, they got promoted more. So they actually promoted people who violated other people's privacy.
I get it.
That's how bad it was, and that it's like
I understand.
It's not a basic.
I know, but to sit
oh,
there,
that's interesting. It's literally when it's.
I know
when it's promoted to violate other people's privacy.
I'm not saying. Look, I'm not excusing
that's the frame of mind. That's
I'm not excusing, but to sit there and say that that's rape culture is.
It might have been wrong to say culture, but
no.
it's a frame of mind that's way too close to rapist. The differing aspect in that case is the violent.
No, because you're making huge sweeping assumptions. You just made a huge sweeping assumption.
Well, why does someone rape again?
Usually it's out of power and out of control. And it's usually and rape, even though some will say that like date rape and shit like that.
Digitally.
What's that?
They can't have control or power digitally.
Oh God, no! Because most people that like. Again, I go back to tabloids and
I think the thing is
that kind of
this
thing
is a completely different age. An act of violence now can also be determined the same through digital means. You can rob a bank digitally.
Yeah, but that's not violence.
You can wiretap shit and then you rob a bank, and it's not violent crime.
That's not
you do it from a computer. Before you would have to go in with the fucking firearms and shit.
Yes, that's violent.
Yeah, and that's violent, but it's both. Both are robberies, but it's not an act of violence now that it's if you do it through a computer.
Look, the problem
that's what I'm trying to say. It's the same type of person. The same person, the person who does it on a computer might be the same frame of mind as one that goes in a bank with a firearm.
No. I'm gonna stop you right there because you said might be. That's assumption through projection, dude. You can't make that. You cannot equate those two. You just cannot, because some people will do a crime out of opportunity, not because they're fucking. Actually, the majority of crimes are out of opportunity. I'm not saying it's a one-time
thing. It's when it's repeatedly being done. That's a character trait, and
it's
then I'm very happily making that assumption.
But you can't go, okay, because this person is trading, private pictures, all of a sudden that means that they're going to become a rapist.
I'm not saying that they will become a rapist.
You did say that. You said it led right to it, and I'm going, no.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm not. I kept saying the entire time that it's not the same crime.
It's not even the same mentality.
And rapist pretty much, in my mind, is the same person, but as the fucking balls to do something actual physical.
Okay,
and I think a rapist is the coward,
in today's state,
even more so, the fucking...
You realize in modern society, we're rewriting the definition of words? And violence is one.
And definition of words. There was just some guy
we're redefining what violence is, and there's people right now that believe words are violent.
Well, that's stupid. Violence is physical in nature.
And that's my point. Is that people believe words are violence, and you're trying to tell me that robbing a bank digitally is violent.
No, I'm saying it's not violent.
You said
I'm saying it's the same crime, but it's not through violent means.
Oh,
I'm saying
man.
that both are stealing from a bank, but one is not violent in nature and the other one is.
But that's yes, but that doesn't mean it's the same
So
mentality.
the guy who's
you realize
robbing
that,
the
right?
bank through the computer
It's
is
not the same guy that's going to go in with guns blazing. It's not the same.
Okay, so he's not robbing the robbing.
No, he's robbing, but it's not the same. There's violence
Well,
involved.
he's
Violence
not
is the definition.
he's not violent on the computer. Then it's not the same thing. Then it's not doing the same crime.
It's not the same thing. If
That's
you
what
just-
I'm saying. It might not be the same thing, but it covers the same.
You said it was the same mentality as rape culture, and I'm gonna.
It's the same. I
It's
completely
not.
stand by it.
It's
The
not.
person robbing the bank through a computer is still a bank robber.
Yes, but they're not violent.
Yeah.
Nobody's life is in danger. There's no violence being done during the crime. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. The same thing with stealing someone's photographs. There's no violence.
I'm not saying that they're a rapist. I'm saying that the frame of mind. I'm saying that the same frame of mind is
I'm
quite
completely
literally
disagreeing
pretty
with
much
you.
the same,
No,
different
it's not.
being the violent aspect.
No, it's not. Not even close. Not even close. It's not the same. Not even close. Like I said, most crimes like that are crimes of opportunity. And they're not violent. There's no violence in it whatsoever.
So then you can't then you can't define someone robbing a bank through a computer as a robber because it's not violent in
they're
nature.
still a robber. It's just not a violent crime. And we actually define
Yeah, so
those
then it should be a different name.
There's robbery. Wait, stop. There's robbery, and then there's strong arm robbery. There's breaking and entering. Those are 3 different crimes, but they're all robberies. Right? And they all wait.
And then you
they're all
take the
completely
state of mind.
different. No, they're all completely different. Right? Because you can rob somebody and there's no one around. There's no violence whatsoever. You can do a strong-armed robbery, right? Where you actually force someone to steal their shit, right?
Okay.
And
So
wait,
they're
there's
all
one more.
thieves.
There's breaking and entering, where you break into a building to steal whatever, right? All 3 of them are theft. Oh, you can even go further. There's pickpockets.
Yeah, so all 3 of
right?
them are thieves.
So all of them are thieves, but they don't have the same mentality. Because one or more may be violent and could risk someone's life, right? So if you do a strong arm robbery versus
you can't say
versus you open someone's car door and steal the stuff inside their car, right? Versus going up to the car with a gun and telling them to get out of the car, right? That's completely different crimes.
Well, then,
absolutely completely different. Even though the base crime is the same.
I never said it was the same crime.
No, but you said it had the same mentality.
Then we
and I'm
need a
telling you
different
no.
name for the frame of mind. Then they're not all thieves, because then thieves is associated with a violent crime.
No, that's not true at all. You could be a thief and not be violent at all. You could walk up to a parking lot and test a bunch of doors, and when one opens, you can walk in and steal whatever's inside. There's no violence there whatsoever. You're still a thief, but you're not a violent thief. You just opened up a car door. Matter of fact, there could have been a car door that was open, and you just walk by and you say, "Oh, there's a purse," and walk and take the purse. There's no violence there. None. Zero. Now, if you break into the car, that's still not violent. You're violent to the car, but you're not violent to threaten anyone's life. You break into the car, that's different. Versus putting a gun or a weapon to someone's head and robbing them that way. There's three different crimes,
But
even though the base crime
all
is
of
the
them
same.
are thieves.
Yes,
That's the label all
that
of them
doesn't
get.
mean they have the same mentality. That's
Right, that's what I'm trying to get at.
No, but you said they had the same mentality. You said earlier
It is.
that
What rape
stealing
mentality-
someone's private images and sharing it was the same as rape culture mentality. And I'm saying no, that's not the same.
Excluding the violence, it's very, very similar.
No, it's not.
They
It's not
completely
even
disregard
close.
the
Dude,
sexual
how many
privacy
times do I have
of
to say
the
that?
victim.
Every crime totally disregards the privacy of the victim. Every crime does that. So that's a moot point. You can't even use that. It's irrelevant. That reason right there, every single crime disregards the victim.
Why can you be the one to define that rape has to be an act of violence?
Rape is an act of violence. It's by definition. When you start mealy-mouthing the definition, that's why I'm so adamant about this, because you're mealy-mouthing it. You're muddying the water on the definition of rape, and then you're trying to apply rape as a mentality for someone who's stealing pictures online.
Yeah.
No, that's muddying the waters.
I never said it's
that's
the
diluting
crime.
the definition
it's
of rape.
absolutely not the same crime. An act of violence makes everything way worse.
Yes. That's why I'm fighting you so hard on this, because you're muddying the definition of rape. You've muddied it. You've muddied it. Completely muddied it. Rape is violence, period.
I never said it was a rapist.
You said, and I quote for the 30th time, that it's the same mentality as rape culture. That was your words.
Yeah,
excluding
the violence aspect.
It's not. You're wrong on this one. You're completely wrong.
But why does thief have a definition that's so broad that covers both violent and non-violent crimes?
Because thief is the base crime. Thief is the base crime. But that doesn't mean that...
Hello.
And I'm not talking about the crime itself. I'm talking the frame of mind.
Yes,
the guy who looked at those photos and shared them without consent, disregarding their own ULA,
that person is not
he's
a rapist.
Not a rapist. I'm not saying he is a rapist.
It's not even the same mentality.
His frame of mind is very similar to...
No, it's not! That's where you're wrong. You're so wrong on this. It could be a crime of opportunity.
In what way does it differ a lot, excluding the violent aspect?
Because you're assuming that the guy's a rapist, that he has the same mentality.
I don't.
And
I never
stop.
He would physically violate.
Let me answer your question. Right? Because, look, you could have a base crime of stealing, right? Of theft, right?
Yeah.
There's theft of opportunity, where you walk by and there's a purse laying there, ain't nobody around, you pick it up and walk off. That's a thief of opportunity. There's no mentality to it. There's no violence. There's no similar.
There is a mentality where the person who's a thief has personal gain from the other person's.
Yes, but that's not the same. Oh my god, dude. So you're muddying the definition of rape.
What would be the baseline before... What would you call that?
What? What
am I calling? The baseline before the fucking spying and the rape, because it is by definition derived from sexual desires. So what would be the underlying...
No, see, again, you're assuming. You're way assuming. You have wait, stop. Take a breath and listen to what I'm saying, okay? To sit there and say that someone stealing an image has to be sexual, it doesn't have to be at all. It can literally
it doesn't have to be sexual to
listen,
rape.
Stop.
Straight guys in jail rape each other.
Stop.
That's 100% an act of violence.
Look, you're trying to equate someone stealing pictures online and sharing it to rape, right? Or the same mentality as rape, is your words.
Find the middle ground. What's the as a crime deriving from sexual desires? What's the baseline for that before it becomes a crime of violence or digital surveillance?
You've already assumed it's a sexual crime. It could simply be out of curiosity. It's like, oh look, I found some pictures of some boobies. Hey, Bill, check it out.
That's a
boobies. That doesn't mean it's sexual in nature. It's like,
can both
it's out of curiosity.
The surveillance.
It's a
now
crime
I'm
out
talking
of convenience.
Specifically about the sexual aspects.
Oh my god! And
What's
then you're trying to throw violence into
becomes...
it. That it's the same mentality as rape, and I'm like, dude, you're way wrong on this. That's again.
Yeah, but give me.
I gave you the perfect analogy of a car, right?
Yeah, but a thief can be violent and not violent.
Yeah, but not all thieves are violent.
Yes, so
Yeah,
the
but you're
baseline
trying to
of a
equate-
lawful act deriving from sexual needs or sexual desires, what would that be defined as? Because I could very much agree to you on that if you have a term.
No, you could be simply curiosity, a crime out of curiosity. It's like, oh, look at this. What the hell is that? Hey, Bill, check this out. Right? That doesn't mean it's
That's
sexual.
negligence.
Fine,
I'm
negligence.
saying,
yeah, but
I'm saying
you're
in this
trying
case,
to equate
it's repeated.
that.
It's repeatedly
you're
done.
equating that with sexual violent rape mentality, and I'm going. I'm
trying to find a term we can both agree on. What's the baseline term for a crime that's done through a desire of anything sexual? Just the baseline.
Wait, stop.
And
right there, you just made the
what's the
assumption that it
baseline?
was sexual. You're
What?
making the assumption that right off the bat that it was a sexual charge. And I'm going, no, it could simply be out of curiosity. Somebody looks at a photo and, hey, there's a naked man in the street.
Things. It could be many things. Same as a thief, it could be a violent thief, it could be a peaceful thief.
No, don't backtrack on me. No, we're talking
I'm not
about...
backtracking, I'm trying just to find a common place where we have a term that we agree on is a baseline for a sexual crime.
It's...
Because I might agree on you that it's a stretch with rape, but I do not have a baseline
someone's pictures
term
does
for a
not
sexual
necessarily
crime.
mean it's a sexual crime.
Yeah,
If
but
you
give
steal
me a baseline term for a sexual crime, period, regardless of what it is. It's just a sexual crime baseline.
A sexual crime would have to be basically the intent of being sexually gratified, right?
Yes, and that very well might be pictures or
but you made that assumption that people stealing pictures, you know, and sharing them was sexual, and it doesn't.
Well, it doesn't need to be sexual, but neither does rape need to be a sexual desire. It might be just a desire of power. That's why lots of people in prison rape each other. They're completely straight.
But that's not. Oh, God damn it, dude!
And that's why I'm trying to get at, like, just like a thief. The thief being a baseline of someone who takes something from someone else. What's the baseline for?
If you take something from someone else, that's basically theft.
Yeah. So what's the baseline of sexual crime?
Like I said, it would have to have a sexual intent for
what's
to
the
be
term
sexual
for that?
Either self-gratification or you know, along those lines.
So it's a self-gratifier.
I would guess so. I mean, why else? You know,
because I can agree on that self-gratification because both completely disregard the other person due to their self-gratification.
You can't use that argument because every crime is that way. Every crime disregards.
Well, it's not
victim.
Really out of self-gratification. Someone might steal because of necessity, and then it's not gratification.
Well,
then
no, it would still go down to gratification because necessity still equals gratification.
And rape and the fucking spying thing, neither of them are a necessity. That's why I think I could completely be down with it if there's a term for self-gratification through sexual means being the underlying baseline mentality.
But see, that was your assumption, and that's why I was going no. So you're assuming that crime is based on a sexual desire or need, and I'm going, you can't prove that.
Well,
right?
You can't prove that a rapist definitely just has sexual needs. If a straight guy in prison rapes another guy to embarrass him, and that's not some guy who was horny. It's like.
But you could argue that's also out of necessity too.
It's not out of necessity to rape someone.
Why not? Why can't it be out of necessity? If you're in
prison,
because
you completely violate another person's right.
No, stop. I'm going to use your own argument against you. Why can't that be out of necessity? If you're in prison, right, and you don't have sex and you need sex to live some level of
would
humanity,
you die if you don't?
But hang on. I'll even push further with this. So let's say out of necessity, right, to save your life, You have to rape somebody. You have to show dominance over another prisoner, so you don't get raped by another prisoner.
But that doesn't mean
that
it's
could
sexual.
be absolutely
That's
out of necessity.
Just like a thief stealing something out of necessity. That's not the same frame of mind as someone who just likes to benefit from the other person's
What if you don't
property.
have any choice in prison? It's either you rape or be raped.
Yeah,
what if that's
then
the
it's
prison
more
culture
of an act of violence
and you have no
than a
choice?
sexual act.
So then you have to do it out of necessity. See what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
So you know, if you're going to use that excuse of prison rape, I'm going, hey, guess what? It could also be out of necessity. That if you don't dominate somebody, you're dead.
In what case is that
prison
applicable?
Prison.
So you have to raise someone not to die.
In some prisons, it could very well be that way. I don't know. I've never been to prison, but that could be the culture.
That sounds a bit far-fetched.
Have you talked to prisoners? I've talked to prisoners.
Then it wouldn't be.
I've talked to prisoners. They'll say shit like that.
Then it would be an act of violence or.
You need
something.
Go talk to prisoners because they'll tell you some fucked up shit happens in prison, and some of it you have to do out of necessity to stay alive.
Yeah, and then it doesn't count as a sexual as sexual gratification. Rape can also not be based on sexual needs.
No, it's not. It's rape
and
is typically like I said.
That's why I'm saying the baseline for the sexual crime or sexual gratification. If there was a term, I could say that's the mentality I'm going for instead.
Yeah, but you tried to conflate a mentality to two completely different crimes, and that's where I'm calling you out on, right? You know, when you try to equate someone stealing pictures and sharing them online,
two different crimes, but they can have a similar brain.
Culture mentality.
It might be a bit extreme to use rape, but I generally don't. I'm not aware of the term that would cover.
It is too extreme to make that analogy. That's why I'm calling.
Then
you out.
I need a term that's like theft. A thief can be a thief, not violent or violent. It can be digital, not digital. It's still a thief. I'm just saying that
do you realize you could be a thief by accident? You know that? You could be a thief by accident, right? You could be at the grocery store and let's say you grab a box and there's a second box like stuck to it and you accidentally steal something, you don't even know it. Does that make you a thief? No, but you still stole. You still stole something.
It's still theft, but it doesn't make you a thief. Being labeled a thief, I think, requires...
Oh man, you're killing me. You're killing me.
I'm not a thief if I have something in my pocket I didn't know.
If you didn't intend to do it, you're not a thief.
But I'm not a thief. It's theft, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not a thief as a frame of mind.
So then as a thief that you didn't do, you did it by accident. Should you get tried as a thief?
Well, the crime is theft. The thing is, I might also be charged for theft. But I'm not a thief as a frame of mind.
So then would you argue that intent is the law? Like the intent makes, like if you intend to do something that makes the difference in the law?
Well, it could help your case if it's pretty clear that it wasn't intentional.
Like
if someone puts something on you on the store and then you go out and then it's like then you get caught with it in the pocket.
I'll ask the question again. Do you believe intent has to do with the crime of the law? What the person's intent was?
Actually.
Okay,
Absolutely.
good. Okay, good. So, are you going to tell me right here and now that someone who found some pictures online or through, you know, someone's account and they shared them, you're going to tell me that that's the same intent as a rapist? That it's the same mentality as a rapist?
I'm not saying it's the...
That's what you said.
I'm not saying it's the same intent. I'm saying
you said it was the same mentality.
Frame of mind. And it's not some guy just once that thought something was fine and then it ended up not being. It's someone repeatedly doing that I won't even call it mistake because it's completely intentional. Repeatedly doing it, repeatedly putting their own gratification over the other person's rights. It's not a violent crime. I'm only saying it because I don't have any other term to.
All right. Well,
put there.
I think that's the wrong thing to say just because you don't have the right definition.
Well, it might be, and then you might be right there. I just need a term that will cover it. The reason I use that term because it's the one that most closely resemble, and if there's no other term, then it's kind of fucked because
it is not.
I can
the
see
term.
where you're coming from. Where
it's not the term that's the most closely resembled. It's not. Rape is very, very specific, and that's why I said you muddied the definition of rape because you didn't have a better word for the example you were using.
Well,
that's my argument.
Well, then you
don't
also can say
the
that
word rape
the
because
term
rape
murder
is
already is
very
muddied,
specific.
Because you have unintentional, whatever is unintentionally killing someone. Is that manslaughter?
Yes, that's manslaughter. It's not murder. It's manslaughter. And it could be involuntary manslaughter. If you didn't mean to kill them and it happened, that's involuntary manslaughter. Murder? What's that?
What's third-degree murder?
I don't remember the all the definitions of the degrees, but there's an incidental murder, there's an intent to murder, and then there's like a planned, like let's say you get in an argument with somebody and you're like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and then you fight him and you kill him, right? That's like second-degree murder. But if you like plan to kill somebody, that's first. That's third, I think, right? Or maybe it's the other way around.
It's like.
So
the thing is, third degree is that like I don't know if it's.
I'm not a legal scholar, dude. So
me neither.
But
it's like that term is murdered just like the.
I'm gonna.
That's why I'm saying
manslaughter
is fantastic, but it's not very commonly used. And that's where I'm saying is like I'm completely on the same line with you. I just need a term.
All right. So, but I'm telling you, don't use rape because that's just wrong. That's so wrong. You know, if you want to say violation of privacy, of privacy, great, wonderful. But to compare that to rape mentality, no.
Where
I think that's
where
way
I'm coming
wrong.
from too. There are cases that are like derived from spying that's not sexual in nature, but that's not what I'm talking about now. And
I know, but
the reason I use that word is because that's the only
word that you know that you think
it's no
fits.
other.
And I'm telling you that's wrong. That's the wrong word to use. Nature. It's the wrong word to use. Completely wrong word to use.
Yeah, but give me one. I
said a violation of privacy. You know.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily sexual in nature.
It doesn't have to be. And I tried to tell you that too. You can violate someone's privacy and not be sexually aroused by it or have any idea about sexual on it whatsoever. And
I would say sexual, like
people
to find my hidden phone number. It's like that's completely different thing than someone taking a picture of me in the shower unknowingly.
Yeah, but people do, like I said, that's what tabloids are for. People love shock value. That doesn't mean you're sexually aroused by it. It just means that, hey, look what I found. Ain't this fucked up? Right? That doesn't mean it's sexual.
Mean that crime is sexual in nature. There.
But
I'm not talking about any of the what ifs. I'm talking about just those who actually would be sexual in nature. Because they said in the fucking interview with the whatever, a couple of people that were there that had seen and shared very intimate things.
Right.
So that starts the thread of sexual in nature.
It's fine, sexual in nature, but not rape culture, dude. It's just not. It's not.
I'm not.
It's
I
not
said
the same
early on
mentality.
the culture aspect. I agree on.
I think you just way overstepped on that, dude.
But
so far. You know.
Yeah, but I just need the term.
I get that. I don't have the term for you.
Non-violent, violent, whatever.
I don't have the term for you, but I promise you.
That's just why it's like.
It's not rape.
That's why I used it, because I don't have a term just like you.
Alright, but I would never use rape to define someone that's stealing pictures and sharing it. Because fucking every media outlet does that. right? I mean, you could pull up any tabloid, and
Well,
there's some celebrities' nude photos, and guess what? They were stolen or whatever, and guess what? It got spread all over some tabloid. Everybody's clicking on it. Does that mean
I find that very immoral?
Does that mean they're sexually
that
aroused
they were
to
not
that?
the ones to release those photos publicly.
But does that mean that they're sexually aroused by it, or does it mean that, hey, shock value? Oh, look, we got dirt on this celebrity.
Well,
huge difference, massive difference.
Yes, and I'm not coming at them with that term, and I would happily replace that term if I had one. And I'm not coming at those who's not using it for that type of gratification. I'm just using it for those who do. Those who put their own sexual desires over their victims' rights. Thing is, yeah, I agree. It's fairly far apart, but it's the only term that I have.
That's a bad term. It's a very bad term. You can just say violating terms
language
of service.
It's
not violence. There's no rape mentality.
You can kind of see the aspect I'm coming from, at least. I can agree with you.
I completely disagree with it, though.
Thread to stretch. And
the reason why
but the only issue is that it's the one that's the least far to stretch. That doesn't make it short.
No, but like I said before, it's rape is very, very specific. And when you muddy that water, right, that's where you get idiots.
The thing is,
you muddied the definition by saying someone's capturing pictures and sharing them.
But that's why I gave example of
that's what I'm
the
saying.
word
That's
murder
wrong.
being muddied also.
And when you
can
muddy,
be unintentional murder, that doesn't make you a cold-blooded killer.
Slow down. When you muddy the definition of words, that's where you get idiots trying to say words are violence, right? Because they muddied the definition of the word.
That's where I reply to them. That's not at all what I'm talking about. What the fuck are you on about? But yes, I can completely see, like, I can agree with you completely. It's just that I would need a term.
Well, rape is not it. Rape is not a term for that at all. To sit there and say that the company was raping their clients.
That's why I'm asking just another term, whatever.
Yeah, that's a
that
very
would cover, a term that would cover what I'm trying to imply.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that definition of rape, even in a legal term, right? By definition and by legal terms, right?
Well, I'm not saying legal.
I understand it, but what I'm saying is...
I entire time said it was different crimes.
Yeah, no,
the physical aspects I completely ruled out the entire time. It's the reason I try to distance the word as much as possible while using that word. I don't have a different term. And that's why I at the same time try to distance it as much as possible. Just to make my intentions clear and what I'm trying to imply.
I know, but I was
saying I can also
that,
see where you're coming from.
Yes,
and I agree. Yeah, it's just that I don't have a term.
Okay, so then let's not use a term and just say I don't have a term for it, because I think when you redefine rape to fit your scenario,
isn't the definition of the word just some people who decided that's the definition anyway?
No, it's the definition for a very specific reason. That's why I said I don't want. That's why I'm so adamant about the definition of words, so that we don't muddy it and going, oh, well, that's just like rape, and this is just like rape, and this is just like rape, and then everything's rape.
That's why I tried to.
And it's the same thing I said about violence. It's like, oh, well, this is violence, and this is violence, and robbing a bank online is violence. That's wrong. Right, and that's why we have a bunch of idiots running around the planet right now.
Example I tried to use because I didn't want to affiliate the aspect that I was trying to explain with the physical, violent aspect. And the only reason I used that word, I would gladly use any other word, but none imply. And it's why I did such a lengthy explanation to detach that word from the legal aspect that it's commonly used in. When it's no word for something,
I know, but
what am I supposed to do?
But you understand my point, right?
Yeah, I understand your point, but you also understand that I kind of don't have anything to refer it to as, and that would be the closest aspect.
But it's not the closest because that's
well,
what I'm
it
trying
is
to
the
get
closest
at.
word.
It's not.
As a frame of
I
mind.
guarantee you, there's a better word for that.
If you detach
you
the
must capture the castle
physical
walls.
violence aspect, and I'm not saying legally. I'm not saying physical even. It's just the mind of the person that puts their own sexual gratification over the rights of the other person.
Again, you don't know that. You can't confirm that. You cannot confirm that it's another person's sexual gratification over another.
I'm not talking about those that are borderline. I'm just talking about those.
Borderline. You can't confirm that.
That is for actual gratification.
You cannot make that confirmation. You just can't. That's and again that follows my point.
Well, that makes a huge gray line because that.
There is no gray line. That's the thing. There is no gray line.
What? Because, well, that makes it to intent. Where would you put the line when you know something has an intent? It's like.
No,
it's
there
like
is no
none
gray
of us
line.
are wrong.
That's why the definition is there. The definition is very, very specific when it comes to the definition of rape.
It's no word that describes the definition I'm trying to use. That's why I'm trying to change, like, explain.
I would love to
what
find
I'm trying
another
to apply,
word to give you. I absolutely would.
It's like I would have been clearly in the wrong if it was a word for it. And I can agree on it being a stretch. The thing is, I just don't have a word, and I tried as well as I could to explain the differing factors that I tried to avoid.
I understand you, but I'm telling you that's the wrong word. Absolute wrong word.
Well, yeah, and that's why I also said
the definitions
murder is
so specific when it comes to
might
rape.
not be the right word for someone who really unintentionally cost someone's life. It's not a murderer for that. That's why I'm saying it's like, as a standpoint, that would be a word that's muddied, a very serious offense that's affiliated with something that's not nearly the same frame of mind.
I think any word would be better than that.
Murder. But you see what I'm saying?
I completely agree.
Because
I understand what you're saying. I completely disagree.
Yeah, the reason I use it is because it already has been justified through other words that has been muddied. So, and I'm trying my best to be good with to distance what I'm trying to imply from the actual crime itself.
I just don't. I don't know. Like I said, I'm very specific because definitions have been so muddy and abused.
Yeah.
And people are using all kinds of wrong terminology.
I'm not even first language English speaker. You can see why I'm trying to utilize that word because I don't have anything else. And because words such as murder has been muddied to that extent also, it's kind of reasonable for me to think that it can be applicable if I explain like my position.
Brothers, burn the masons out
because murder can be very, very, very bad intentional, and it can actually be like the person who did the murder might also be a victim themselves because it's a very broad term now.
No, murder isn't. But that's the thing is so part of my problem with language in general is all these terms are being used as a broad term.
Yeah, and that's where I'm coming from. I'm not a native English speaker, so
no, I know. But
I'm assuming it's understandable that I see these other words being used in such a broad way. but I try to apply the same rule set to what I'm trying to say, as I don't have a term for it. So it makes sense what I'm trying to do, I hope. Like, I'm not being bad-faced.
Oh, son of a
I'm
bitch.
just trying to apply a term that doesn't exist. Or at least that I'm not aware of its existence.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
No, I gotcha. I'm just very adamant about the definition of words and not muddying them up.
Yeah, but I definitely agree with you.
Because
So you can just see, as a non-native English speaker, that I try to use the same rules that seems to have been applied to other words, where there's
I don't think
there's
that's
not
a
a
good idea in
term
this case.
that covers the things.
I'm sure there is a term. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Like, can I just get a term? Because if there is one, I'd rather use it. I'm just not aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's almost offensive. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Yeah, as a
offense
definition.
is also something subjective.
Let's do the rest.
You can say there's probably someone who's the same way with murder, even though that term is used for a very broad range of crimes.
Murder? No, murder's
Well,
pretty
people,
murder's pretty
civilians,
specific. Again,
civilians use it very broadly. I know legally it's like manslaughter when it's unintentional, but I'm talking about civilian use.
yeah. No, I think
Because
murder
as
is
I said,
also very
I never
specific.
implied that it was
It's
a
just the
legal use
different
that I
degrees,
tried
and I even think that even the use of that word has been muddied, right? Because
murder.
because when you look at like
that's
Kyle
what I'm
Rittenhouse,
saying.
right?
As a non-native English speaker, and I don't live in America, it just appears to me that words, as long as you make your intended implications clear, that you can use something that will somewhat resemble it. And I agree that it's not close, but it's just the least far away, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I got you. I'm just, like I said, that's all right. I'm just trying to be, like I said, correct.
Yeah, I know what you're
specific,
talking about, but I'm not a guy who intentionally try to misguide the conversation.
I know that. I mean, I'm not beating on you like that way either, right? I know
that. I was just
I know your
trying
intent is solid, right? I'm not suggesting that you know you're not playing on an
I'm
even
just
playing
limited
field.
to my vocabulary. According to IQ test, very much so. Though I partially intentionally fucked that up because I really disagree with having a broad vocabulary is an indication of any kind of intelligence.
Yeah.
Because I'm a firm believer in if you're trying to speak, you want the largest audience possible to understand you. If you use lots of big words, you're just gonna limit your reach, and that's stupidity.
There's some truth to that. I think that I don't think there's any major problem with being articulate and being specific.
It's not a major problem, but it's like
especially in the middle of a debate, you want to be specific.
It's like
right?
Dumb people can speak, and smart people, some of them are shit at speaking and are socially inept. That's just how it is, and that's why I'm saying it's so. It differs so much. I don't think it should be applied to intelligence. Smart people can speak. Smart people can speak well. Dumb people can speak very well, and there are dumb people that can't speak well either.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. The vocabulary can. It's like anyone can read a dictionary. But if someone is able to explain a very complicated topic to someone that's not very articulate in an understandable manner, that's way more impressive than being very articulate. So yeah, I kind of intentionally fucked that up. and then way too early on there was like terms I've never heard before, so I got shit score. It's fine, I don't care. Well, I got a shit score on that aspect of the test. The rest I did good on, because that's like problem solving is the stuff I think matters.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, when they had me take it, I don't think I should have taken it because I had been awake for 20 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah, a little bit reduced probably, but it is what it is. I got a fine end score anyway, even though the fucking vocabulary bullshit I don't agree with. That I intentionally fucked. But I realized later that I might have put a little bit too much emphasis on that, because there are times where there are words I should have known that I haven't really put in use. So I get stuck. So it's like, it's a balancing act, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree. It's got to be tough, you know.
The town is
speaking
almost
multiple
completely
languages too,
looted.
and getting your point across and using the right words. So I get that too.
I only know 2, so it's not,
Well, that's
it's not
more.
impressive.
That's one more than I know. I mean, I know a little bit of Spanish and a little bit of it, just a little bit of the Latin languages because they all kind of blend together. But I mean, I couldn't speak anything. I could barely communicate. I'd sound like a 2-year-old trying to talk to somebody in Spanish. But
I probably have a thick accent in English, but I don't care. People apparently like accents anyway, so I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, chicks dig accents. Yeah, I like Scottish women accents. Oh my god.
Oh, I hate it. I hate the fuck. Well, I don't know with Scottish. I haven't heard of that much. But the fucking posh English, I hate that.
You hate the English accent?
No, the posh. Not the English in general. People that are posh and like so proper. That I don't like. That's annoying.
I'm not sure I understand the
Onward! The enemy has
Like in
fallen
movies,
back to
the
market.
royalties in movies when they
Goddamn
speak so
fucking Archer.
proper and so posh.
Oh, I see. I like the proper English.
Yeah,
with
I hate that.
The proper British accent.
Yeah, I hate when they are like proper, but British
Well,
people
it
insulting
makes them-
and stuff.
it makes
That's
them
funny.
sound
I like that.
Makes them sound like 10 points smarter than they are.
Yeah, and that's where I think vocabulary is completely fucked up.
Really?
People that try speak proper, I have seen and heard so many times. People that have such a nice vocabulary, like broad vocabulary, and
What the fuck? My screen's black. God damn it.
the fuck? Oh, you probably got spawned forward or something. You should have looked it up.
I don't know. No, I'm still spawned. I'm at F10.
Is it game bugs?
No. Maybe I'll spawn. Escape.
But yeah, there are people that have a fantastic ability to speak, but they're
My screen is black. There we go. Okay, go.
but their mental capabilities are very, very limited. If you know what I mean.
I don't know. I'd have to see like the evidence and you know what your
It's just
what your
People
definition
that
of
speak
limited
proper
is.
have the dumbest views on things. That can happen, and there are people that are
That's
very
true
proper
of like
and have a broad vocabulary.
like college
that
students
are
are
smart.
dumb as fuck.
And that's why I think it's not indicative at all. You can speak very broad with a broad vocabulary and be dumb, but you also can speak that as such
Well
and
done.
be smart.
We've cleared an area of route.
It's just
Well, it also
It's
depends
just
on how
trait-
you define intelligence too. So, because there's
Yeah, I
there's
think-
book smart, there's like intellectual smart, there's street smarts, right? And a lot of times you won't find a complete mix of like a book smart person versus an intellectual versus street smart person. You know, who's
I'm thinking problem solving. Because that's where it's
damn it.
most applicable.
fucking hell. Then I get shot.
But you can use problem solving in any smarts. You have a problem with getting your point across. Well, then you apply it to language, and if you have limited language skills, you can, with a limited vocabulary, get your point across.
Yeah.
That's what I think. It was IQ test that I had to take, because I don't know why, it's fucking stupid. I said I don't care, and I don't really want to know anyway.
Yeah.
But they still had me take it, and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
But yeah, I've always
taken
had
a
the
couple
opinion
and-
that putting a lot of weight onto the vocabulary of someone,
Yeah.
and
But it's also like knowledge history too, like what you're wearing.
yeah, but that's crystallized intelligence. That's not exactly adaptive, because that keeps growing. That's a wisdom, but the ability to solve problems that you've yet to face before.
All loot has been captured.
That's the kind of thing I'm thinking about being smart.
Masons, their soldiers are making a final stand. Finish them.
Then you have socially smart too, but I don't think that's applicable. It's 9 out of 10 times. It's more useful to be good at problem solving than being socially intelligent.
Yeah. Well, there's also this new thing called emotional intelligence. Have you heard about this shit? It's mostly fuck off, Ballista. It's
I don't
mostly
really
like,
understand what they mean.
Okay, so
but yeah, I can kind of see where they're coming from. Like, I have very low there because I don't understand my emotions.
It's mostly
at all,
psychobabble
so
though.
that's fine.
Right? It's basically, you know, how intuitive are you to be able to recognize someone else's emotions, and then are you emotionally able to deal with them
I thought it was
in the
recognizing your
proper
own.
way. What's that?
I thought it was just recognizing your own.
No.
But,
Fuck that Archer.
yeah, I have shit there, but like that's just how I was brought up. Well, lack thereof.
No, it's basically being, like I said, emotionally.
It's probably been overused. I haven't seen that much of it.
To me, I think it's complete psychobabble. It's like shit that women came up with to try to get men to understand them. And I'm like, no.
Where it could be applicable. Like psychopaths would be really low there.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know?
That's yeah.
But
And so,
I haven't really dove into it. I haven't heard that much of it. I'm aware of its existence. So it's probably way overused and misused and misunderstood. Because I can see it being applicable to psychopaths scoring the lowest because they have no emotional awareness at all. See what I'm saying?
We have eliminated half of their remaining forces.
How would you set the metric on it? That's the question.
wait, say that again.
How would you exactly set the metric on it?
Set max performance.
No, emotional intelligence. How would you put a metric on it?
I mean, I haven't really looked into it all that deeply. I just found it
neither.
more annoying than anything.
Yeah,
Just mostly psychobabble.
What I'm saying is, I can see it being a thing, but the use now, if anything, is completely bogus. It's not at all used as how it should be intended to.
Yeah, it's kind of like it kind of falls with that that not Myers-Briggs. Who's that fucking Dale Carnegie method? I don't know if you're familiar with that. Dale Carnegie wrote the book How to Win Friends and Influence People, and it's all about using psychology to manipulate people.
I've never read that.
It's a great book. It's been around a long time.
Trick for me is just to not have friends. That's easy.
God damn,
No friends, no problem. But also the definition of friends seem to be very... What do we call it even? It's just...
like acquaintances So there's like acquaintances, like
it's
people
like,
you
yeah,
know.
it's people who call people they barely know friends. It's like,
Yeah.
no, you're not like.
But like, so like a lot of people will put a shit ton of people on their friends list, but they're really
Yeah,
just
and
acquaintances. You know, they don't.
Yeah, and it's the reason I say I don't have friends, because I don't trust shit on anyone online. And those people in real life, they pretty much don't talk to me, so I
God
don't care
damn
for
it!
them
That
either.
fucking bullshit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. This game's about ready to piss me off. God
But yeah,
damn it.
the IQ started as, it must have changed somewhat, because there's no way it's the entire time has been like, you know all these big words, so that means you're smart. It's like, no. A smart person can just not read the dictionary as well.
Yeah.
Because I think I fucked up there a bit, but if a smart person is aware of how much he would need to know, like how broad his vocabulary would need to be for him to function in the conversation, that I think is way cooler than someone who knows the entire dictionary.
Yeah, but if someone knows the entire dictionary and they understand the definitions, that's, I don't know, that could be pretty intelligent. Now, that's completely different than someone who has like
If they know the entire
memory.
dictionary, they should play Scrabble.
Well, yeah, but I mean, someone who's like, you know, but someone who has a photographic memory, that's kind of an unfair advantage. That doesn't necessarily mean they're intelligent, but it does mean that they're able to recall any word and use it accurately. So
yeah, and it's
so
like
you
these
could
kind of
define that
things
as intelligent.
Yeah, and it's these kinds of things where I'm sitting here like, vocabulary should not
This
be
fucking game.
applicable to IQ. Yes, I think, yeah, problem solving, absolutely. Processing speed, sure. But vocabulary? I think that's just... Like, if I am very limited in the vocabulary, but I'm so skilled at utilizing the words I know that I never encounter a problem with getting my point across.
Yeah,
or
you need
communicating.
to learn more words.
Yeah, why would that make me score lower if I choose not to because I don't have a reason to, as I get my point across every conversation?
Oh, maybe.
And that is like,
fucking hell.
that's what I'm saying. Dumb people can know a lot of words, smart people can know few, and vice versa, and that's why it's not indicative, because what else? It's just
party creation failed. All right, so Dwuggy must have left.
I would affiliate it more with interest. Some people are interested in having incredible knowledge with language.
I wish I had more, to be honest with you. I wish I was more articulate.
Bilingual.
I think I'm
within
okay,
English.
but I wish I was better at it, because
Within
people do
English
judge
or
you by the
bilingual,
words you
because
use, right? So like if you're speaking Ebonics and talking ghetto speak, people are not going to respect you the same, you know, if you're being more articulate. But if you're in the ghetto and you're speaking ghetto speak, then you're respected. But
why do you care if people respect you? That's the thing.
Why would you care?
Yeah, why would you care?
Well, again, to, you know, influence people to your will. You know, to make friends, to get them to, you know, either agree with you and to make change or to do something. You know, let's say you start a business. You know, you got to convince people to invest in your business, or you got to convince people to buy your product. You know,
yeah, but you don't need to be super articulate to do that. If you have a good product, very commonly it will sell.
Sometimes, but there's also been cases where you have a good product and you fuck it up because you're an idiot and you can't communicate. Like Bud Light. Bud Light's a great example of that. So, where they had a decent
Well,
product
that's
and
not
they fucked it up.
that's just them being brain dead. That's not language barrier. But people liked Bud Light before that. It wasn't anything fancy on the packaging or whatever. It was just a beer people liked and they bought it. That's it.
Hey, the key word there is was.
Yeah. Oh, all right,
What's
it's 8 o'clock. I gotta go.
Oh,
Bed, man.
damn it, man. I just missed you yesterday, too.
Oh, I gotta get to bed, dude. You see the pictures of my car?
No, where they at? Oh,
yeah,
General?
look up.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
look up the General.
Oh, my God. What's the
Yeah.
charger? Set my car on
Yeah.
fire. What?
Yeah,
Did
caught
you
on
call the
fire.
insurance company yet?
Bro, how did it do that?
If you zoom in on the close up on the dash, you'll see a lithium battery power pack that charges cell phones.
Oh, yeah, that's what that white thing is.
Yeah, it caught on fire.
While you were charging it, or what?
No, it wasn't plugged in at all.
Was your car in the sun?
It was underneath the tree, but apparently it was in the sun enough. So
Shouldn't be applicable. You should have it covered by insurance anyway. Did you contact them yet?
So yeah, I contacted. They're supposed to. That's the other reason why I got to get to bed too, because I don't know when this lady's gonna call me.
Yeah, I should go to bed too. I've been up all.
Fuck, it's like
all night.
It's like 8, and I got to work tonight. But yeah, that happened yesterday. On top of the storm. So, and the sad part is, dude, I just dropped like $1,500 on engine maintenance, a bunch of other shit.
Oh yeah, that's always how it is. You know what I mean? Like,
and
God damn.
and so that's yeah, and I got a $1,000 deductible, which that get eat up in the windshield alone. But yeah, so.
I mean, you have the paperwork for that, so you can get that.
Yeah, I had full coverage, thank goodness, and hopefully they're not.
What kind of car was it?
It's a 2008 Mercedes C350 AMG.
Oh, okay.
So it's paid for. It's got 135,000 miles on it. Runs like a top, but I'm just like, it still runs.
Oh yeah.
It just needs a new dash and sealing and. Smoke cleanup and glass and, I think it's very repairable, but given the mileage and the age.
That's what I'm saying, dude. When in like 5,000 miles, something could, your fucking goddamn transmission could go out, let's say. You know what I mean? So, fuck.
Yeah. Why the fuck is that disc being written to? Yeah, so I'm just, a bit heartbroken and a bit frustrated. So, I guess Steam is downloading something. Yeah. Was it downloading PlanetSide 2?
Yeah, I think something got Zorro, bro.
Oh, that reminds me.
Oh, the bird? Yeah.
Is there any... Oh, fuck. Do I just have to guess password? Because there's a Mortal alt account. I forgot password to on Steam. And the password to the email.
Oh. And
How the fuck? So, because it would auto sign in, so I thought, not a big deal.
Well, you can get your password for the email.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how? Because I didn't log in with the phone.
Oh.
That's why it's like negative $5 or something. I've been banned on Mortal 8 times, so it's like that account's gonna go at some point.
Yep. All right. Well, it looks like PlanetSide 2 is getting an update. I haven't played PlanetSide 2 in forever, so
I don't even remember what type of game that is.
It's
Windows.
It's a space game, but it's like a first-person shooter space game.
Oh.
It's free to play. It's a decent game.
But do you know where maybe like on the files? Do you know where they would store the automatic login? Because I can access the files for the old Chrome. I don't know where that would be located.
It depends on a computer. It would be in the browser history, maybe. But...
Yeah, but it's not on the files on the computer itself because everything is stored locally.
Yeah,
I just wouldn't have to know where I would locate the file where I could get the auto login for that email, because the old browser did have it.
Yeah, it'd be in the browser folder. So you go into the settings.
Yeah, but
the browser.
no, it's yeah, but I can't have it in browser. I just have the Windows.old file folder. And what file?
Oh, so you just have the hard drive?
Yeah, I have the SSD with the old Windows folder with the data from there.
All right, so wait.
Because I got the session ticket for my main browser, which is Opera.
Well, there's a couple.
And I got it over there. And
so
I got the auto logins there, but that auto login was on Chrome on the old one, and I can't find that.
Okay, so if you put the SSD into the computer and turn it into a secondary computer, right? A secondary hard drive, you can drill down into the Chrome version and open it up and run Chrome from that old hard drive.
Wait, do you think I could just launch a virtual machine and then just send over the file, the complete?
No,
like
no,
the folder with the Chrome and all its data.
Difficult. No, you're making it too difficult. Just put the SSD in the computer as a secondary hard drive, right? Find the executable for Chrome and launch it. It'll launch Chrome from that D drive or whatever it is, and it'll load up any of the files and stuff.
Oh, I just put it on on another drive.
Yeah. No, load. Yeah, just load the drive. Put the drive that has the old data on it, right? Put that in the computer as a second hard drive.
No, it's on the same hard drive, but when you do a fresh install on of Windows,
okay,
it puts like I had the USB on, and I took it through Windows, like when you hold Shift when you restart, and you can do like fresh Windows install.
Right.
And I actually did it from Windows itself, but whatever. And then it's like, yeah, reset Windows, install locally, keep your files.
If it kept the files, then that version of Chrome should still be there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And how would I extract?
No, you don't have to extract it. You just go to the folder where the Chrome.exe is, and open it up and run it. Run that version of Chrome.
Yeah, but I tried that with the Opera GX, and it would just open the locally stored one without the files.
You're not open.
So what I had to do there, I grabbed the session tickets and then just copied it over to the Opera on my main. But I don't know where to find the session tickets for Chrome.
No, just find the executable. Just find the old Chrome program and open it up. If it's saved your files and applications, that older version of Chrome should still be installed on that hard drive. You just got to find it. If it's in C32 or if it's in what is it? Either program files or program files 64.
It doesn't look like the app is here, but it's a user data thing with a bunch of stuff. But I just can't find the session ticket.
I know, but do you have Chrome installed at all?
Yes, but it doesn't have the session ticket that I need. You know what a session ticket is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did for Opera. I found the session ticket and just copied it over and deleted the session ticket that it had made. And then it just functioned like Opera did before I reset, but I cannot find the session ticket on Chrome. The old Chrome. I don't know where it's put. It's completely different setup.
Yeah,
sessions. Woo! I think I found it. All right, that's the magic. I fucking spent hours yesterday and just in the call now, and then I randomly find it. Fuck yeah, that's how it's done.
That is how it's done, bro.
And that's how people hack, because they just access the victim's computer, grab the session ticket, and copy it in, and then they get whatever they need.
All right. Well, I'm glad you found it. I am gonna go to bed.
That saved me $5.
All that for $5. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's $5 is $5.
True.
Right. Are you live tomorrow?
Possibly. It just kind of depends on how today goes and the shit with the car.
Yeah, I'll jump in call if I catch you.
So, but right
Later,
now,
man.
I need to go pass out, so.
I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah. Later.
Alright, guys. Catch you later. Yep. I am outie. Catch everybody later, guys.